from the defense side?
No.
We've seen them. I didn't know we were doing jury instructions this morning.
We're not doing the charge. I just wanted to make sure when we left last night was just to go over them, and if you had any significant disagreements or additions, corrections, or deletions,
Not that I
we could
recall.
discuss those this morning, and then that way during the day we can work on those.
Right, I went over them this morning at the office, so
Okay.
I didn't see. Were there any changes from the last set you sent me? Okay.
Okay. All right then. And are there any special instructions that the defense is requesting at this point?
Not as of this time, Judge.
Okay.
When did we get the final instructions to control what?
I'm sorry.
The second page of the, maybe up here, okay.
I've seen those in other packets. We can discuss that if it's something you feel is inappropriate, but I think that's a standard instruction. All right. Other than that, then, anything else the court needs to address this morning from either the state or the defense? Okay. And then one thing, just wanted to make sure we didn't really go over it, but since we excused two of the jurors at the beginning, just wanted to make sure I have juror, I believe 315 and 309 would be taking their places. Those were the first and second alternates.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Very well. Then are we, do we know if we have the jurors in yet? Okay, then we're not ready to proceed. You have some time to look over your jury instructions or whatever you need to do.
I'll be right back.
They got 10 more witnesses. They may rest by lunchtime and they're gonna play your state.
Everybody? All right. As soon as Mr. Shirley gets back, we'll be Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Glad you were able to make it through all the rain. By a show of hands on the jury, was there anyone here who was not able to follow the court's instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about your service as a juror on this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State may call their next witness.
State calls Justin DeRosso.
All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, and take the stand. Just watch your step. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sergeant Justin DeRosso,
And sir, where do you work?
Cape Coral Police Department.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 18 years.
And in what capacity?
I'm the sergeant of the K-9 unit.
And were you the sergeant of the K-9 unit back on the 10th of October of 2019?
I was.
What were your duties at that point in time?
That particular day, I was riding as a two-man unit with another officer because my vehicle was being serviced. So while I waited for that to be done, I was just driving around with a traffic officer.
About what time was that?
Late morning, early afternoon.
And while your car was being serviced, did you ask your partner to do anything in particular that afternoon?
Officer Wilson actually advised me he wanted to go check out a undeveloped kind of area in
Why?
the North Cape. We were looking for the missing female Diane Ruiz.
So you became involved in the investigation of the missing person, Ms. Ruiz?
Ruiz, sorry, yes.
Was that in passing or was that something that you were actively involved in?
That was in passing. I was not like assigned to the case or anything like that.
So you had some spare time on your hands?
You could say that, yeah.
Okay. And you and Officer Wilson then said, hey, let's go check out this area.
Yes.
And where did you go?
So along Northwest 4th Place in that general area, but kind of north of Pine Island Road, there was a what would have been a development back during 2005, 2008, somewhere in then, and they had roads put in and a pond. And Officer Wilson was like, let's go drive that area and just check it out because not a lot of people even know it's there. So we just met up over there and we drove over there. There was another traffic officer in the area and we just started to drive the perimeter of the lake, which is kind of in the center of what the development would have been.
What prompted you to go to that particular location?
Just the general vicinity of where Mr. Ruiz was last seen. This would have been west of that location. Again, we knew that there was officers, detectives out looking for her, actively looking for her. We just said, well, let's try this area over here. Again, it was Officer Wilson's idea to really go check that area out. So give it, just go drive the area and see what we see.
So how many of you were there looking in that particular area at that time?
So me and Officer Wilson would have been in his vehicle, and then Officer Barkley was in his vehicle as well.
About how long had you been out there searching?
I would say, we were probably 15, 20 minutes maybe. It wasn't very long.
And then what happened?
So we're driving the perimeter of the lake and just, looking down in kind of the weeds and things of that nature. Saw a single vulture circling a wooded area to our east. And Officer Wilson and I both looked at each other and said, well, let's go over there and see what we find. It was kind of it was like an undeveloped lot with some trees on it, really, kind of a wooded lot area.
What did that single vulture indicate to you?
Well, vultures usually circle, carcasses, dead animals, dead bodies, whatever. So we thought that might be something to go investigate.
About how far away were you at that time when you saw that vulture to the body?
Maybe 2 blocks. Wasn't very far. 2, maybe 3 blocks.
So you see this vulture in the sky, it's circling. You then what, getting back in your car and go where?
Well, Officer Wilson drove over up along Northwest 4th, and kind of, again, the lot was wooded. He pulled his, he had a F-150, so we pulled the truck up around into the empty lot. And as we kind of started to turn north in the northern direction, there is when we both recognized a body in the woods.
About how far off the road did you see the body?
We were off the road, so we had to kind of enter the lot and kind of make that turn before we really saw it. So 30 feet, 40 feet maybe.
So did you ultimately wind up getting out of your vehicle?
We did. Again, we didn't really get very close, but we began to tape the area off. I advised the detectives working the scene or the case. They were on another channel. Advised them what we had located. And again, we just started to make sure that the area was secure, put up crime scene tape, things like that.
So directing your attention to the image that we have portrayed up on the screen, states exhibit number 28. Does that fairly and accurately depict the area in which you found the body there at Northwest 4th Place?
Yeah, that would not be looking north. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would look east. Yeah. So right there on this lower part of the screen, that kind of loop that's the undeveloped community that we were investigating when we saw the vulture. So yeah, a couple blocks.
So after you went ahead and taped off that particular scene, what did you do next?
We just held the scene and waited for the detectives and other officers to arrive. And then later I returned because obviously they expanded the crime scene and did what they did. We have a mobile command vehicle, and I was just assigned to that for security of the vehicle, of the command vehicle.
And this was on October 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's here in Lee County?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this
All right.
witness.
Mr. Hollander?
No cross, Judge.
All right. Sir, you can step down.
Thanks.
Judge, at this time, state respectfully request that Mr. DeRosa be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
He can be excused. State and call your next witness.
Judge, state would call Ms. Jackie Fordham.
You just face the clerk, raise your right hand, and she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
You can take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name is Jacqueline Fordham,
And Ms.
observer of the forensics and the evidence units.
And what type of training experience allows you to do the job that you do?
I have a bachelor's in science degree from Florida Gulf Coast University in criminal justice studies. In 2007, I was hired on by the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic technician, which is basically your entry-level crime scene investigator.
Commissioner Coach?
You may.
Mr. Porter, I'm handing you some previous remarks to Stacy Zimmer 15. Ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
It is the sealed envelope of the blood stain card of Christine Melton that was collected by the medical examiner's personnel and then turned over to me. It is sealed with my initials, 4-digit, and the date of collection.
And is that item substantially same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with addition of the FDLE lab documentation.
When we say the FDLE lab documentation, you're referring to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes,
And the reason why the Florida Department of Law Enforcement seal would have been on that is because of the fact that you sent it off for forensic testing?
that's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to October 10th. You have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of Miss Diana Ruiz when they located her body there at Northwest 4th Avenue.
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how your involvement came about on that particular day?
I was on duty at the time at the Cape Coral Police Department as a forensic specialist. We were advised by our law enforcement partners that an unidentified body had been located and that they requested crime scene to respond to it.
Did you?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
We had several forensic vehicles respond to include our major crime scene vehicles. Myself, my supervisor at the time, and an additional technician responded out.
Were you lead in this particular case on that particular day?
I was not.
Okay, who was the lead?
Forensic technician Casey Buckner Brager.
And you were one of the individuals who was assisting and observed and essentially kind of almost supervised in a
Yeah.
sense?
Correct. I assisted forensic tech Buckner Brager in her examination of the scene.
So when you get to this particular location, and I'd like to direct your attention specifically to the screen there, case exhibit number 28. Case exhibit number 28 is an aerial photograph of where Ms. Ruiz was found and a series of tire tracks. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that location, could you please tell us where it was that you essentially set your crime scene vans up and began your investigation?
So we had a vehicle stationed at the house, if you're looking at that photograph, to the left. And then our major crime scene van was to the right. We're leaving that main scene in the center. We began processing the scene by just the same way we do a vehicle, taking overall photographs of the area from all directions, including any evidence or potential evidence that we may find leading up to the actual site. And then we walk into the site and begin to take additional photographs.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did not do that. Forensic technician Casey Buckner Brager is the one who photographed the scene.
Observe and review all of the photographs that were taken in this particular case.
Yes.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately depict what you recall her doing and seeing on that particular day?
Yes.
Judge, let the record reflect, I'm showing defense counsel previous remarks, 29, 29A, 29B, and then 29C. Commissioner Procius?
You may.
Board, I'm handing you some previous remarks to State Similar 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C. As you take a look at those items. You recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are those?
They are photographs of the scene located on the photograph that is on the screen.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene that you observed on October 10th of 2019?
Yes, they do.
And those photographs are one and the same that Ms. Buckner Brager took on that scene that you had an opportunity to review?
Yes.
Judge, the state would move statement number 29, 29A, 29B, and 29C in evidence at this time.
No objection.
To be admitted.
Commissioner Approach.
You may.
Commissioner Polish.
You may.
Hearing was previously admitted as statement number 29. Ms. Fordham, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the scene specific for where Miss Ruiz was found. If you're coming from that main street, this is into that field a little bit and to the left. It's where two bushes kind of merge together. Towards the right-hand side of the screen, you will see an image of the body that was located.
Was this body noticeable from the street?
No.
So it appeared to have been tucked away?
Yes.
And the only way you would have been able to observe this body is how?
You would have had to walk into that field and directly look at that bush.
So what we're looking at in 29A, what are we looking at there?
This is an additional picture of that scene, a little bit closer in and slightly to the left angle. The body is now located on the left-hand side of the screen.
29B?
Again, walking a little bit closer to the scene, the body is visible at the top center of the photograph, and underneath or closer to the bottom of the screen, you'll see one black shoe.
And lastly, 29C.
This is a photograph right next to the body that was located in the position that she was located in.
Was she missing a shoe?
She was.
Was Ms. Ruiz immediately recognizable?
No,
Why not?
she was in a advanced stage of decomposition.
What do you mean?
If you look towards the center of the body, the belly area is bloated, showing the gases of the body starting to get larger and larger, which will expand the body itself. Her hands were very deteriorated. The skin was already starting to slip off, and her face was not recognizable. There was a very large amount of bug activity located all over her body as well.
When Ms. Ruiz was discovered and recovered, was the medical examiner's office ultimately notified?
Yes,
Did they arrive on scene?
yes,
And did they ultimately have Ms. Ruiz removed from the scene?
yes.
Did you touch the body at all while it was out in this state of decomposition out
No.
near the shrubs?
Sorry, no.
What did you do after you photographed Ms. Ruiz in this state?
The medical examiner responded and took custody of the decedent. The area was searched once the body had been removed and additional photographs were taken. And then the scene was cleared once our investigation was complete.
Now, did you ultimately wind up attending the autopsy of Ms. Ruiz as well?
Yes,
Obviously, same purpose that you attended Ms. Melton's autopsy.
yes,
And when you attended Ms. Ruiz's autopsy, did you also collect bloodstain cards?
I did.
And I'd also direct your attention to when you processed that vehicle, did you also collect and take a blood sample swab of that vehicle as well?
Yes, multiple swabs were collected.
Judge, let the record reflect on showing defense counsel some previously marked states that number 32 and 33.
30.
Commissioner Poach?
Commit.
Fordham, I'm handing you some previous remarks to states number 32 and 33. Ask you to take a look at those items. Recognize those?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those?
They are the sealed bloodstain cards collected from the autopsy of Miss Ruiz, as well as the sealed swabs collected from the passenger door of the Versa.
Now, the bloodstain card, is that states exhibit number 32?
Yes, sir.
Is that substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Correct, with the addition of the FDLE lab stickers.
Okay, and once again, that would indicate that the Florida Department of Law Enforcement had reviewed this particular item,
Yes, sir.
and you asked that it be forensically examined?
Correct.
And states exhibit number 33 is what?
The blood sample swabs from the passenger interior door of the Nissan Versa.
And is that item in substantially the same or similar condition as to when you last saw it?
Yes, with the addition of the FDLE documentation.
And lastly, that's due to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement having reviewed that particular item,
Correct.
and that you having sent it off to Florida Department of Law Enforcement to have it forensically examined.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, Judge.
Any questions?
Did you yourself or someone under your direction, were there any pictures of tread marks, tire marks, anything?
There were photographs of the tire impressions in the grass leading up to where Miss Ruiz was located. The grass was somewhat tall. It wasn't cut. And so actual impressions that would be able to be cast would not be possible, given that there's impressions mean like sand. So you can actually get an impression. This is grass. So it would just be a visual kind of line that you'd be able to observe.
Did you take any swabs from the exterior of the vehicle?
Yes, there were multiple swabs collected from the bumper area of the vehicle.
And what happened to those swabs?
I'm not sure if they were ever tested, but they were collected during the search warrant.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, the state would respectfully request that Ms. Fordham be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're released. So you can call their next witness.
Judge, the state would call Dr. Coyne.
Doctor, in the face of the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You take the stand. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Sure. How you doing? I am Dr. Thomas Coyne, Coyne.
Dr. Coyne, what do you do for a living?
I am a medical examiner. I am the current chief medical examiner in District 2, Tallahassee.
I'd like to direct your attention to October of 2019. Where were you working at that time?
I was the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner here at District 21.
Would you please describe your training and educational background for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that allows you to do the work that it is that you do?
Sure. Started out first with medical school. I completed my MD at Robert Wood Johnson Medical School or Rutgers University. At that same time, I also completed a PhD in toxicology and pharmacology. I then went on for a general residency in pathology or anatomic pathology at the Hospital University of Pennsylvania. At that same time, I completed a fellowship training or subspecialty training in neuropathology. After that, I went to the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office for training in forensic pathology. So right now, I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
All right. It's a lot of pathologies. Please describe for us what pathology is.
Sure, it's a branch of medicine, as internal medicine and sort of general medicine. Pathologists work behind the scenes. We have the same training as other physicians, but our job really is to determine or identify disease in tissues or in a deceased person. And we use our knowledge as a physician as well as other tools such as the autopsy procedure. We use our microscope to do histology to look at the tissues themselves and other tests like microbiology testing or genetic testing. And together we put all that information together with other physicians, hopefully to either identify your disease if you were in a hospital, or in my case as a forensic pathologist, to determine cause and manner of death.
You just anticipated my next question. What exactly is forensic pathology?
Sure. Forensic pathology takes all the tools that you learn as a pathologist, and we also study how injuries occur, so mechanisms of injury, how force creates injury, whether it's a blunt force or a sharp type force. We also learn about gunshot injuries, environmental injuries like fire and chemical injury. We have training in toxicology. We learn about the process of decomposition, and we use all of that again to figure out how a person dies.
Brings me to my next question. Anatomical pathology is what?
That's just general pathology.
And when we're talking about neuropathology, what are we referring to?
That's specifically pathology of the brain.
How long would you say that you've been a doctor?
11 years now. Well, since 2009, a doctor, but training as a forensic pathologist for 11 years. They go by so fast.
How many years have you been in medical examiner?
11 years.
So in that time, can you tell us approximately how many autopsies that you've gone ahead and performed?
Ooh, it's approaching 4,000 now.
Now, back in October of 2019, you indicated that you were the deputy chief medical examiner here in Lee County. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you have an opportunity to perform an autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
I did.
In general, could you please describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the purpose of conducting an autopsy?
Sure. An autopsy, ultimately, it's to determine the cause and manner of death. But an autopsy is a procedure in which I examine a deceased person initially, much like I would a person who walks into an office to see your physician. You start with examining the person externally, making note of normal body features, their body habitus, and then begin working to see if there are any unusual features like congenital defects or injuries. You catalog everything you see externally, and then you work internally, examining all the internal body cavities to, again, look for normal features as well as any signs of disease or injury. You add to that any microscopy or histology, looking at their tissues under the microscope. You sample their bodily fluids or tissues to do toxicology testing. And then you take all that data together and you hopefully arrive at a cause and manner of death.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen the difference between cause and manner of death?
Sure. Cause of death is what actually led you to die on that particular day. So for instance, let's say if you had heart disease and you had a heart attack. Well, physicians, we call that a myocardial infarction. So our cause of death would be myocardial infarction due to coronary artery disease, and that's your cause of death. And in that case, your manner of death would be natural. Whereas, let's say if you died in a car accident and you had head trauma, and perhaps maybe your cause of death is traumatic brain injury due to a motor vehicle accident, then your manner of death will be accident. In Florida, we have 5 manners of death. There's natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and then lastly, undetermined.
All right. Now, let me draw your attention then to the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz. Did you perform that on the 11th of October of 2019?
Yes.
Would you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you began the autopsy of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. The body was transported to our office under homicide protocol. So it was in a body bag that was sealed with a lock. So the first thing we did was unseal that lock, open the body bag, and begin examining the body in its natural state, that is wearing clothing, sort of slowly documenting the clothing the person was wearing, removing the clothing from that person, placing that aside for additional photography, and then moving in towards examining the body.
What injuries did you note, if any, on the external examination of Miss Diana Ruiz?
Sure. Most notably, so she was in the stages of putrefactive decomposition. So her tissues were being decomposed and degrading. She had some evidence of animal or scavenging activity on her body as well. And so portions of her ears and nose were removed already, most likely by avian scavengers. But I could see externally, first and foremost, that she had fracturing of the nasal bone. She also had a laceration underneath her left breast. She also had bruising or hemorrhaging in the skin on the both sides of the left and right sides of the body.
Was that the extent of the external injuries that you observed? On
The most significant external. There was, of course, a lot of significant internal injuries.
And did you document all of these
Well,
by way of
I apologize. I apologize. She also had, what I didn't talk about was bruising on the back of her left forearm, bruising on the back of her left hand. I can also see that she had a fracture of the fourth finger, the proximal part of the fourth finger. And she also had some bruising on her right arm as well.
After you noted these external injuries, did you ultimately document those particular injuries
Yes.
by way of a photograph?
I did, yeah.
Now, before we get into the internal examination, did you also document the internal examination by and through photography as well?
Yes.
So if I may approach defense counsel, Judge.
You may.
I'm showing them what the precincts marked. Cases number 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30G, and 30H.
You may.
Judge, can we approach?
You can. Actually, it might be a good time to just take a quick break. I'll send you all back to the jury room.
He's, those three, Judge.
Okay.
Out of,
Approach.
particular unduly prejudicial violation of 94-3.
Thank you. Okay.
First one,
Which 30?
30.
Okay.
I think the maggots are over doing the photograph, and then the other two were ejected also.
Okay. Just on 403.
Yes.
Okay. Stay.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
Judge, I'd like to direct the court's attention to McWater versus State, it's 36 Southern 3rd, 613, cited at a Supreme Court case in 2010. I'd like to direct the court's attention specifically to its analysis, which is directly on point in this particular case. It essentially discusses the condition of Judge McGuire talks about the test
Just
for
direct me which page, column, and paragraph.
page 21, Judge.
Thank you.
At the bottom right-hand side of the page. Test for admissibility of photographic evidence is relevance, not necessity. In this particular case, Judge, the trial court did not abuse its discretion in allowing the admission of the autopsy photographs. They upheld the admission of the photographs when they were offered to explain a medical examiner's testimony, the manner of death, the location of the wounds, or to demonstrate the heinous, atrocious, or cruel factor. The court cites England versus State, held that the court did not abuse its discretion permitting medical examiner to testify using autopsy photographs depicting the victim's head, torso, and hands in moderately decomposed state with extensive discoloration, skin sloughing off, and insect larvae on the wounds. This court held that the photographs were relevant to establish the manner and cause of death and the HAC aggravator. In this particular case, Judge, those photographs depict exactly that, and states respectfully requesting this court to overrule defense counsel's objection. Additionally,
So,
Judge,
okay, and let me ask you this, so Mr. Gardner, on the exhibits that are defenses object to, 30, 30A, and 30B, what is the probative value you're seeking to elicit from the testimony of the doctor in regards to those specific pictures?
Judge, as it relates to state's exhibit number 30, clearly we have a photograph that depicts the decomposition of the face as well as the hair of Mr. Ruiz at the time, which also depicts the damage to the nasal passage, which depicts the wound that was inflicted upon her at the time.
Let me see that. I'll just look at them as you can. Thank you.
State's exhibit number 30A, Judge, depicts an overall photograph of Ms. Ruiz from the waist up, depicting the damage and laceration to the under the left breast. And under 30B, that is a close-up of the laceration underneath the left breast,
Okay.
which also indicates the state in which she was found at the time, which Mr. Wilson left her underneath the shrub and tree there on Northwest 4th Avenue. It also dictates the violent nature of the wounds that were inflicted upon her at the time. And clearly, Judge, it clearly goes to not only manner and cause of death, but it also assists the medical examiner in talking about the heinous, atrocious, and cruel manner in which Ms. Ruiz died.
Okay. Your response to that?
Not sure the relevancy of the HAC at this point. I don't think that's a relevant consideration. It may, Dr. Coyne may need to be recalled as part of the penalty phase if that's where the state's going. But at this point, I think that for purposes of the guilt phase, those photographs are their probativeness is outweighed by their unfair prejudice.
Judge, in our indictment, we've gone ahead and alleged that not only was Miss Diana Ruiz strangled, but we've also shown that she died as a result of blunt force injury. These photographs clearly depict that. They're clearly relevant and they clearly outweigh the prejudicial nature. Judge, while we understand that they're prejudicial, they're not unfairly prejudicial to the facts. They're clearly more probative than not.
Can I see the other photographs
Absolutely.
that you don't object to?
I'd also point out that there were over 100 photographs that were taken of Ms. Ruiz during the course of her autopsy, and we've narrowed those down substantially to just these.
All right. Anything else?
No, sir.
I've reviewed the photographs, specifically 30, 30A, 30B, as well as the other photographs, which are not objected to at this point, which is 30C, (30E), 30F, 30G, and 30H. The court does find that there are proposed, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? In 30A, 30B, and 30, there are different perspectives of the autopsy that they do show different injuries to the body, that their probative value is not substantially outweighed by the prejudicial effect. So I'm going to overrule the objection.
On all three.
All three,
Thank you.
30, 30A, and 30B. Okay. Are we bringing the jury back in, or you need a?
No.
Okay. Thought you were looking at me like you needed a break.
No, they were already out, so I figured we'd take a break, but
Okay.
no, that's
If-
okay.
If you need to, we can. But okay. Are we ready to bring the jury back in then? So other than that objection, we'll let you do it in front of the jury. Let's bring the jury back in. All right, please be seated. Mr. Carter,
Thank you. May I approach?
you may.
Dr. Coyne, I'm Handy with the Precinct Market States Exhibit 30, 30A, 30B, 30C, 30E, 30F, 30G, and 30H.
Okay.
I see you take a look at those items and see if you recognize those.
I do. So these are all photographs that were taken on the day of the autopsy in the morgue here in Fort Myers.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the autopsy conducted upon Miss Dinah Ruiz when you conducted it back on that day?
Yes, they do.
Judge, they moved all those items in evidence at this time.
Very well. And your previous objection is noted. Other than that, any other objections?
On this list, there was an F. I don't recall an F on the initial.
I'll let you take a look.
Right, but you just said.
I'll let you all walk over
Yeah.
and show them what you're. Okay. All right. Other than that previous objection, which is still noted, any other objection?
No,
All right, they'll be admitted.
no additional objections.
Yes, I understand.
Permission to approach, Judge?
You may.
Commissioner Lopez.
You may.
Dr. Coyne, I'd like to direct your attention to the screen. What are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a photograph of the face of the decedent taken on the autopsy table. You can see here.
Can we have that identified? Which exhibit that is, please?
It's 30.
Yeah, because we can't see the exhibit sticker on it. Thank you.
And the picture shows the exposed nasal bone, which you can see is fractured.
And we look at State's Exhibit number 30A.
Sure, this is a view of the body again, lying supine on the autopsy table. This gives a view of the neck and torso. And here you can see under the left breast, there is a horizontal laceration.
In 30B, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is a more closer view of that same laceration under the left breast.
Now, doctor, when we're looking at the photographs, when a body is in a state of decomposition, what is the body doing at that point in time?
Sure. So all of our body is covered with bacteria and lined with bacteria. And so when you die, the ability of your immune system to protect you against those bacteria stops. And so that bacteria basically multiply and travel throughout your body, literally consuming your tissues. And so that is the process of putrefaction that we are seeing here. At the same time, too, because you are deceased, the enzymes in your body, as they're being released from your cells, will also aid or add to that process.
And is there also a series of bloating that occurs as well?
Yes.
And how does that happen?
That happens because the bacteria that are present within our gut that travel throughout our body are anaerobic bacteria, so they will produce gases like methane and hydrogen sulfide during the process of putrefaction.
Now, direct your attention back to the screen here at 30C. What are we looking at in this particular photograph?
So this is a photograph now of the decedent on her stomach, and you're looking at her back and the back of her head. Her arms are up in the air. So her right arm is present. And although you see discoloration, within that area of discoloration is actual bruising or contusions of the back of the right arm as well as on the right forearm. She has bruising or contusions on the bilateral upper back regions or the trapezius muscles, which are in that area. And you can see on the left side, there's some red purple discoloration, which is also contusions.
And would you please step down, if you would be so kind as to point exactly what it is that you're talking about with regards to the various contusions?
You have to speak up loud because there's not a microphone there.
Absolutely. So as I mentioned, here is the right arm, and here is drying or desiccation of the skin. But you can see here, there's this red purple discoloration, which is the hemorrhage or bruising. And she also has that mixed within this area of drying here in her forearm. You can also see here now, looking at the back, this area right here and here, which is that same contusions or hemorrhage. Because when you reflect the skin, when you're doing the internal examination, you can actually see the hemorrhage within the fat tissue underneath the skin, letting you know that it's real hemorrhage and not just artifact of decomposition.
Now, on this particular photograph, closer to the left-hand side in the upper left, we note that there's an extremely darker discoloration. Is that discoloration that relates to a tattoo, or is that related to actual hemorrhage into the body?
This area right here is a tattoo.
And what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 30D, would that be an up-close photograph of that particular tattoo?
Yes, it is.
Now, doctor, before you go anywhere, you indicated that you conducted the internal examination of Miss Diana Ruiz.
Yes, it is.
What did you find as it relates to any type of internal exam or injuries to Diana Ruiz?
Sure. So the internal examination of this case, involved reflecting the skin of the neck, as well as the skin of the chest and the abdomen. In particular, we were able to see that there was hemorrhage on the right side of the neck within the fat tissue, as well as the large muscle here on the right side of our neck called the sternocleidomastoid muscle. In addition, we have a bone in our neck, a free-floating bone called the hyoid bone. It's a C-shaped bone. The left side of that bone was fractured. That bone sits just above our thyroid cartilage. So in men, we have the Adam's apple, more prominent than in females, but you also have the same thyroid cartilage. The top of that thyroid cartilage has two horns, and those horns sit right below that hyoid bone in her neck. These two horns were fractured. As well, she had a large number of rib fractures. So she had fractures to the 1st through 11th ribs of both the lateral and posterior aspects of the torso. She also had some anterior rib fractures. This photo here is a picture of the neck. If you can imagine, the head is here.
Hold on one second. What exhibit is that?
That would be State's Exhibit number 30D, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Says F.
F, 30F.
30. I apologize, 30F.
You can see this is, if I make a Y incision on the body here, I'm pointing to it on my torso, and I reflect the skin backwards. That is what we're seeing here. And this is the neck. You can see that hemorrhage I was referring to in the soft tissue or fat tissue, as well as within the muscle.
How much pressure, or what would it take to cause that kind of damage?
I'd say probably far greater than 10 to 15 pounds of pressure, because you have also a corresponding fracture of the hyoid bone and the tracheal bone.
You indicated the hyoid bone as well as the.
Here is the thyroid cartilage, and I don't know if you want to show the figure number, but
That's going to be State's Exhibit number 30G, Your Honor.
if we all feel that on the front of our neck right here, that ridge. So this is the front, this is the back, and these two horns are fractured. And here's our trachea right here, our airway. That's the hyoid bone, which sits right above this, and you can see there's hemorrhage in the left side of the hyoid bone, which shows it's fractured. You can see the hemorrhaging there, and hemorrhaging down there. And there's the fracture right there.
You made mention in State's Exhibit number 30E that I'm showing you here, that you noted that there were several rib fractures.
So this is now a picture after the skin of the body has been reflected. We've removed all the internal organs, and now you're looking, here's the spine, and here are the posterior aspects of the ribs. This hemorrhage here on both sides corresponds to all of the rib fractures. And you can see these little gaps here. These are the actual fractures on both sides. And there are fractures in rib numbers 1 through 11 on both sides.
Now, as we're looking at State's Exhibit number 30E, you indicated that there are multiple rib fractures. Is that on just one side, or is it front and back?
So on the back, there are 1 through 11. And then if you can imagine, the ribs kind of curve around. The lateral aspects also have similar fractures, which are not as well visualized here. You can see some of those fractures in here.
So essentially, when we're referring to multiple fractures, we're essentially looking at 2 sets of fractures on one side and 2 sets of fractures on the other side. Is that fair? What kind of force would cause multiple fractures such as those?
A significant compressive type force, because if you can imagine, the body's laying on the ground and my hands are the ribs, because of the top of the ribs and the bottom ribs. You have fractures in the top, lateral aspects, and the bottom. So it's more or less a compressive force that caused all those fractures together. So a significant weight bearing down, or force bearing down upon the body.
You'd like to take the stand again, Doctor? So would you say that, I don't know, an automobile driving over a body could cause that kind of?
That would certainly cause that, yeah.
I'm going to also show you 30H.
That's,
Recognize that?
yeah, it's a photo of a ring that we obtained during the autopsy, removed from the body of the autopsy.
And that's one that was taken, 30I, that was also previously admitted.
That's correct. Yep. Also removed it.
Now, doctor, when we're talking about damage to the thyroid cartilage as well as to the tracheal aspect of the throat, could you tell us approximately what it is that would cause that kind of damage?
Those are the types of injuries that we classically see in strangulation, where a person will place pressure across another person's neck, whether it is using a ligature or even using a hand by grasping the neck very firmly and squeezing down upon those structures.
And does it take a tremendous amount of force in order to cause fractures to those particular items?
The fractures, yes.
Now, the hemorrhaging that you saw in the neck area underneath, how much damage or pressure would you say would cause that?
For the type of bleeding you see there, less pressure than it takes to fracture a bone. But the pressure, the real issue is the pressure it requires to compress the carotid arteries, because ultimately what happens is those carotid arteries that course down the side of our neck takes about 10 pounds of pressure really to compress those. And so if you compress those, you can also, with that same amount of pressure, you're also tearing apart those fine capillaries and small vessels, which are in the muscle around those main arteries. So that's causing the hemorrhage you see in there, but it's also compressing those carotids, preventing blood flow to our brain.
Now, given the various contusions and bruising that you saw around the body in your external examination, would those have been consistent with, say, someone who was actively trying to defend themselves?
Certainly the ones, on the arms would be in the distribution that would suggest that, on the backs of the hand and the forearms, which are classically where we say possibly in a defensive type region, where you're trying to parry a blow or protect yourself.
Now, when we're talking about strangulation and someone is attempting to strangle an individual, how long would it take for someone to ultimately wind up dying as a result of that?
It doesn't take much to cause a person to pass out. Probably 15 to 20 seconds of a hold around the neck, as you can imagine from people that have a sleeper hold, or you've seen it in videos or movies, and that's real. In other words, it's the lack of blood flow to the head. The real issue is if you maintain that. If you release the pressure at that point in time, a person will return or regain consciousness. If you hold that pressure there for a greater period of time, probably beyond 30 seconds, you may not actually have a return to consciousness because the lack of blood flow to the brain was persistent. And that's really the issue. And in her case too, the question I have, obviously you have these injuries, and then you have the other injuries, the compressive injuries. You have hemorrhage in the back of the neck on the spinous processes, or as you can feel here, the big prominent one back here is called C7. There is C5, C6, and C4. All those vertebrae, or the bones of her spine, have hemorrhage around them. The other thing is there was actual hemorrhage around the membrane between the first and the second cervical vertebrae. And so what that tells me is that there was a significant force that went through that region while she was alive, because had she not been alive, I wouldn't have seen hemorrhage in those regions. And why that's notable for me is because that part of your spinal cord, as it goes upwards into our brainstem, is responsible for our ability to breathe. So we're sitting here breathing in, breathing out, not thinking about it. That part of our brain controls that involuntary activity. And so if a significant force is pushed through that region, you could also cause a person to stop breathing or die as well. So you have those two injuries occurring most likely while she was alive, therefore creating injuries that have a hemorrhage.
So in other words, she would have been aware of the fact that she was in the process of dying at that time.
She very well could have been, yes.
Could she have also been aware of the fact that she could have been strangled, could have come and still been breathing, and ultimately then sustained the blunt force trauma that she sustained to her ribcage?
It's quite possible, yes.
You don't know the order in which those injuries happened, do you, doctor?
I do not.
Okay. So can one have those multiple rib fractures and then ultimately be strangled, or vice versa?
Yes.
Could Diana Ruiz have survived these?
Given the severity of the injuries to the neck, I would say no.
And doctor, did you also fill out a death certificate in this particular case?
I did.
You may.
I do. This is a Florida State certificate of death.
And is that a certified copy?
Yes, it is.
Is that at this time, Judge, the state would move Stacy Zimmer 31 into evidence?
Any objection?
No.
Be admitted.
Now, doctor, at the time that you were at the District 21 Medical Examiner's Office back in October of 2019, as a deputy chief, did you also supervise the autopsy of a Miss Christine Melton?
I was involved in that, yes.
Could you please describe for us what your involvement was as it relates to that particular case?
Sure. At that time, I was the deputy chief medical examiner, and so it was very common for me to interact with all of the associate medical examiners at the office at the time. They were all younger than me, a little less experienced, and so I would very often talk with them daily about their cases. I would always go into the back in the morgue to see what cases were there that day, to see if the associate medical examiners had any questions, just to discuss their plan of attack, if you will, how they would approach a case. So that was something I did on this day with Dr. Hernandez, who was the primary doctor on the case.
Did you also have active involvement in the examination of Miss Christine Melton?
Yes, I did observe all of those injuries. Yep.
And what, if anything, did you note were of any concern to you?
Sure. I mean, well, certainly, just looking externally, you can see that she had a large number of bruises on her body, on her face, a swollen eye, contusions around the eye, contusions around the mouth. She had bruising all over her torso, all over her arms. So it was suggested that she had blunt trauma. And being a young person, you always wonder if whether or not that could be, the cause of a person's death. And so similar to the injuries we describe here, when Noelle did the internal examination, you can see that there was a significant amount of hemorrhaging on both sides of the neck, within both, skeletal muscles of the neck. She also had bruising in her scalp, all over her scalp, as well as within the subscalp muscles. So again, showing significant blunt force trauma. Also, if I can continue, what was notable about this case was when she did the internal examination, she also saw that there was contusions of her internal organs as well. So forces that were directed to the outside of the body also went inward. And so she had bruising or contusions of the lungs. She had a contusion of the liver. She also had contusions on the back of her bladder, as well as contusions to her colon, indicating that there was a significant force to the abdomen as well.
Now, as a result of having observed the external as well as the internal examination of Ms. Melton, did you also conduct an examination of her brain?
I did, yes.
And what did that examination reveal to you?
Sure. I mean, it was a structurally normal brain, so there wasn't anything congenitally wrong, any brain masses or anything that would cause a person to die. But the interesting thing that I did see was the brain was swollen, or edematous, and that to me fits with the injuries you observe on her scalp and around her head. It suggests that there was an underlying concussive trauma, because a brain can swell if a person is deprived of oxygen, but it needs time to have that process to occur. So if a person, let's say, you cut off oxygen or blood flow to a person's brain, and then you let them recover, that brain will swell. But if a person dies from injuries, and in this case, more than likely, she was asphyxiated from strangulation, she would have died, not allowing the brain to swell because of that process. And so it suggests to me that that swelling occurred prior to that, probably from concussive trauma to her head.
And did you ultimately concur with the doctor as it relates to her findings that Ms. Melton died as a result of asphyxiation?
Yes.
No further question for this question.
Just a couple of questions if I can.
Yes.
Doctor, let's go back to Ms. Ruiz. I'm a little bit confused here. You can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty as to what order these injuries occurred, is that correct?
That's correct.
So it's entirely possible that she was unconscious from the strangulation at the time she incurred the injury to her neck and the ribs were broken.
It's possible.
Now, the injury to the neck, were vertebrae actually cracked or broken?
No, you just had hemorrhage around there, which
Okay. So there was pressure around that area.
a force, that had gone through there. Yeah.
Okay. But I mean, is that part of the strangulation process? Is that an independent trauma that the back of the neck was exposed to?
It could be a part of it's in the general region. So in other words, if I stretched my hands from the front all the way around the back, those vertebrae are in that general region, right? If you had a force wrapped around the neck. But you also have hemorrhage that goes deeper into the upper back muscles. And then you have those rib fractures that continue on behind that. So it's likely that that also occurred from that large force upon the body.
It sounds to me like your earlier testimony that the cause of death or primary cause of death was not necessarily from the rib fractures or from the asphyxiation, but was related more to the damage to the neck in the back?
Well, it's no, not necessarily. You have multiple injuries here, all of which could cause death, right? So take everything else out. The rib fractures alone would prevent normal chest excursion, really limiting a person's ability to breathe normally, right? So that certainly could cause death.
Okay.
Sure.
Let me just stop you there.
Yeah, sure.
She couldn't breathe. She may not have been able to breathe normally, but she still might have been able to breathe.
Yeah, but again, like I said, those injuries, if left unattended, you're asking me, did I only think that this could have caused death? No, there's other injuries that could have caused death. That's why I have my cause of death more generalized.
Okay. But once again, you can't tell me with any degree of scientific certainty that she was conscious at the time that she sustained any of these other injuries.
I could not know.
With regard to Ms. Melton, she didn't have the same injuries around her vertebrae, did she?
No.
She didn't have any broken bones?
No.
You mentioned that there was blunt force trauma, evidence of blunt force trauma to the head because there was hemorrhaging under the scalp,
That's correct.
but you couldn't see the hemorrhaging on the scalp itself, could you?
It's quite common that you don't know.
Okay. So, but I mean, I don't really understand. Well, that's what happens. I'm a lawyer, you're a doctor, so you explain these things to me. Somebody hits me on the arm, I get a bruise on my arm. All right, and that comes to the surface, and you can see that. How is it that you can get a contusion to your head where you can't see the bruising on the head? You can only see it underneath the scalp.
It's actually far more common than you think. Very common in injuries to the body. First of all, when you get a bruise or a contusion to the skin, it's because there's a rapid deformation or compression of the skin with a shear effect that causes a tearing of those capillaries in the skin. So it all really depends upon the level or surface at which that tearing occurs. If it occurs immediately beneath the skin, you're going to see bruising in the skin itself, right? Blows to the body. Very often you don't see bruises. Why? Because you don't have a bone immediately beneath the surface of the skin. So you're not compressing that skin rapidly against a structure causing tearing. So more common than not, you'll see nothing on the outside, but you'll see bruising on the inside to her internal organs, which we saw in this case. Now on the head, same thing. The head's a curved structure. If you have a glancing blow, you may not actually get a direct impact of the tissue causing rapid deformation and tearing of the vessels under the skin, but it may be more of a shear strain that causes the tearing of the blood vessels underneath the skin as scalp, skin, and fat move against each other like this. The blood vessels that course through there get torn, and that leads to bleeding in the tissues underneath. So very common, more common than you think. And as a matter of fact, it's very common for me to reflect the skin and see a greater bruise underneath the skin that I see on the outside of the skin.
Okay, well, and that brings us to a point too. You see a greater bruise underneath the skin than you do on the surface of the skin, yet we would expect to see some bruising on the surface of the skin if it is blunt force trauma from like being hit with a hard, solid object.
Possible, but not necessarily.
Okay.
Much more common in younger persons to not see bruising. That's classic throughout the pediatric literature.
All right. But you did say you saw hemorrhaging underneath the scalp, but you didn't see any fractures of any of the skull or anything like that.
No.
All right. So it wasn't trauma such that it would have cracked the skull.
No.
And we didn't have any. You already told us she didn't have any injury directly to the vertebrae. She had no cracked vertebrae or anything like that.
No.
And no injuries to the spinal column.
Not that we were able to see. No.
The injury to the head, could it have been from the same or similar compression that you had in the neck area? It didn't necessarily have to be a blow. It could have just been compression.
No, it would have compression to the neck would cause hypoxia or lack of blood flow. And if the decedent was alive long enough, then sure. But more than likely, again, me seeing just a generalized swelling of the brain, something I very often see in concussive head trauma.
Okay. once again, with Ms. Melton, you cannot tell us with any degree of scientific certainty how long she was conscious at the time she expired.
I could not know.
I don't have further questions. Thank you, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
All right, you can step down.
Sure, thank you.
The state calls Shanna Williamson.
Yes. If you just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in. That's okay, right there.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, let me take a stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good morning.
Morning.
Please tell the jurors your name.
Shanna Williamson,
Ms. Williamson, where are you employed?
Benson and Associates Interior Design,
How long have you been employed with them?
10 years.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 19. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes,
Does this exhibit show the interior design firm where you work?
yes, our building is to the left and we had a design library in the building on the right.
So if I'm pointing to where the silver car is this part of the building there?
Yes, that's our office.
And then this area to the right of that, is that the,
That's a separate rental.
okay, so that's not yours
The gray building on the right is the design library.
over here?
Yes.
And which door is it?
It was the right, the far right door. I'm not sure if you can see the
All
door
way
right
over
there.
to behind this tree somewhere?
Yes.
And are those still your offices today?
The building on the left is yes, but the building on the right no longer is our office.
And you're still employed there?
Yes.
Can you tell us what exhibit number that is?
Sure, it states Exhibit 19.
Thank you.
I want to take you back to October 7th of 2019. Were you working on that day?
Yes.
What time did you get to work?
Probably 7:15, 7:30 a.m.
Now, did anything happen once you arrived to work?
I was in the office and we had a design librarian at the time in the building to the right. And she was in there. She called us from the phone to the office on the other side and she said, there's a commotion next door. Someone has hit one of my coworkers' cars, looks like a fender bender, and there's an argument. You guys should lock the doors and not come out. And
Did you, so again, your coworker had to call because she's in the gray building and you're over in the other building?
correct.
When she told you to lock the doors because of the commotion, did you lock the doors?
No,
What did you do?
I went outside. I thought there was some type of a fender bender, so I wanted to go out and get insurance information for my coworker.
What did you see when you got outside?
As I was walking out the building, the girls in the office were telling me not to go outside because they had seen someone hit our neighbor next door, Mila. So I ran out there, and as I turned the corner, Mila was up on the second level, and there was a man up there with her, kind of grabbing her by the throat, and they were having an altercation.
And you said Mila was your neighbor. Did you know her well?
No,
Just somebody that you knew in passing?
right?
And what color was Mila's hair at the time?
Blonde.
So when you got outside, they were already upstairs on that second
the
level.
Second level balcony.
Where were they at when you observed the man with his hand on her neck?
Second level balcony.
Okay, so were they, I'm just going to point to the picture here. Were they closer to the stairs or more over
They
toward
were
her spa?
farther to the right on the second level.
And the man that you saw with his hand on her neck, could you describe what observations you made of him?
Tall, was not wearing a shirt, was being very aggressive with her.
And you say he's being aggressive. Could you just describe to the jurors what it was that you saw that caused you to determine he was acting aggressively?
Yeah, when I walked around the corner, I had heard the girls in the office say, "Oh my God, he hit her." And as I walked around, I could see him holding her up against the window, and she was screaming, saying, "Help, he's trying to kill me." And I saw that, immediately shouted, "Stop, let her go. What are you doing?" And he turned around and saw me, and I think it caused an interruption. She was able to get away.
So when he has his hand on her neck and she's yelling, "Help, he's trying to kill me," what type of voice was she yelling in?
Screaming.
Did she seem terrified?
Yeah, very scared.
And when you yelled at him, describe what he did.
He turned around and he was in a way defending himself. I believe he said, "She hit me first," or I know he was trying to kind of defend his actions, basically.
So when you yelled at him, did it cause him then to turn around and engage with you?
Right.
Once he engaged with you, was she able to get away?
Yeah, so I was saying, "Run, like come, run." So she was able to run down the hallway, down the stairs, and my coworkers were in the building at the time. The door you can see on the left there, they unlocked that door, and we both went inside that door and locked it.
And the
behind us.
door that you're talking about, is it the one by the car?
Correct.
So you told her to run, she was able to run in, and then you locked the door?
Right.
And did you keep it locked until law enforcement came?
We did.
Did you ever see the man that was strangling her again at that moment?
No, we did not see him again.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
At this time, the state tenders a witness.
Okay.
Ma'am, from your angle, how close did you get to the two of them?
I was standing probably about where that silver car was, a little bit to the right, maybe.
The one on the left of the photo?
Correct.
And where were they?
They were on the second level balcony
In the building
In
in the back?
in the building in the back.
Did you ever see him hit her?
I did not. I don't recall seeing him hit her.
Okay. Thank you.
I have nothing further, Your Honor, and ask that she be excused.
All right, you can step down. Any objection to her being excused?
Objection.
You're excused. State and call their next witness.
Yes, Judge, say we call Officer Tim McCormick.
All right, sir. You'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you take a stand. You may proceed.
Morning, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
My name's Timothy McCormick. I was a police officer at City of Fort Myers.
How long were you an officer with the City of Fort Myers?
Just over 15 years.
Back in October of 2019, were you a police officer at that time?
Yes, I was.
And how long had you been working as a police officer at that time?
Just under 13 years, I believe.
And what were you doing what were your duties and roles as the police officer back in 2019?
At that time, I was a senior patrol officer and I was on alpha shift and assigned to patrol.
What's a senior patrol officer do, sir?
Basically, we respond to calls for service, assist the public in any way, shape, or form, and protect and serve the city of Fort Myers.
When you say alpha shift, what do you mean?
That's the assigned shift. Shifts are broken into 12-hour periods, and I was on the alpha shift from 5 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Now, specifically directing your attention to the 7th of October of 2019, were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Did you have occasion to become involved in an investigation involving a battery that occurred at a spa known as Mila's Spa, involving a young lady by the name of Melissa Montanez?
Yes, I did.
And what was the extent of your involvement in that particular case?
I was called to the scene of a reported battery on West First Street in front of the Mila Spa. Upon arrival with other officers, we made contact with the victim.
And was the investigation ultimately turned over to an officer to conduct that?
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you do in response to turning that investigation over to that officer?
I turned the investigation over to the officer and I patrolled the area to see if the identified subject would possibly still be in the area.
And were you able to locate him?
Not at the initial time, no.
At what time were you able to locate him?
I was contacted by an acquaintance and said that
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain.
Did you receive information with regards to the whereabouts of a individual who later became known to you as Mr. Wade Wilson?
yes, I did.
And when you received that information, what did you do in response?
I responded to the area and looked for the described vehicle and the person that I had identified as Wade Wilson by his driver's license photo and the photo in the LCSO records.
And when you say you went to a specific location, which location was that?
It was Joe's Crab Shack on West First Street.
And when you made contact with that individual at Joe's Crab Shack, were you also wearing a body cam?
Yes, I was.
What exactly is a body cam?
A body worn camera is a camera that all police officers issue, and the standard policy at Fort Myers Police Department, as most police departments, is that as soon as you as soon as you get the call, you activate your body camera. Also in our cars, we have an automatic system where if you turn on the overhead lights, it automatically starts your body camera.
And were you wearing a body camera on that particular date and time?
Yes, I was.
Judge left the record reflecting between Bruce and Martin, states number 34 and 35.
Is it 34 and 35?
Yes, Your Honor. Approach.
You may.
Before I make, I'm showing you some precinct marked states number 34. I ask you to take a look at that item. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what does that appear to be?
That appears to be the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the parking lot there at Joe's Crab Shack?
Yes, it does.
And I'm also handing you some precinct marked as states number 35. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
How do you recognize that?
this is the recording of my body cam.
Okay. And does that body cam fairly and accurately depict your interaction with Mr. Wilson on the 7th of October of 2019?
Yes, by my initials, it does. You showed it to me in your office and I initialed it.
Okay. And it's essentially the same or similar conditions when you last saw it.
Yes.
Judge, state move states number 34 and 35 in evidence at this time.
Objection. Be admitted.
Permission, public judge?
You may.
So we're looking here at Stacy's exhibit number 34. That is in fact, the parking lot there of Joe's Crab Shack.
That is.
Where in relationship to Mila Spa is Joe's Crab Shack?
If you're sitting in the parking lot of Joe's Crab Shack as it's depicted, and your car was backed into a spot, say next to the white car right there, if you look to your left across the street is where Mila's spot would be.
Now, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, could you please describe what his demeanor was like?
He was, he seemed nervous, and when I spoke to him, he seemed a little defensive and uncooperative.
Did you know what anything he was wearing at the time?
He was shirtless, and I remember he was wearing a pair of pants that seemed to didn't fit him at the time.
And do you see the person that you made contact with there at Joe's Crab Shack in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do.
Would you please point him out and describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's sitting to my right, and he's wearing a suit with a black tie.
Judge, you'll have the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant as well.
Okay.
Permission to publish the video, Judge?
You may.
How you doing? What's going on, man? You're waiting on your girlfriend? Oh, okay. That's no problem. No, I got a call. Somebody was sitting in their car and everything like that. So. Oh, okay. She's on her way now. Mhm. Okay. Okay. L41 to bike 5. ETA? Copy on 1012. I'll explain to you when my partner gets here, okay? Yeah. About this morning. Say again? Yeah, I can do that, but I'm just waiting for my partner to get here. Yeah, absolutely. And here's what's gonna happen. Is the car running? Shut the car off for me. It's off. I'm gonna detain you until I figure out what exactly is going on. Wait, you don't want any trouble for me? Okay? Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'm gonna have you step out of the car and I'm gonna detain you. Not arrest. Detain you right now. Okay? And I can't have any problems. You understand me? All right. What's that? Bike 5, I'm at Joe's Crab Shack in the parking lot. I will. I give you my word. No. I have to detain you. By our procedures, I have to detain you. Because of the battery this morning. There wasn't any battery?
partner gets here. L 41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey. Don't do it. He's in his car. He's attempting to take off. Back up. Yes, please. He's taking off Fort Myers. Just ran a stop sign going up towards McGregor.
And Mr. McCormick, when you made contact with Mr. Wilson, did he appear to understand everything that you were telling him?
Yes,
And was he responding in kind to you?
he was basically denying everything that I was asking him to do.
When you're having a conversation with him, you were giving him certain commands and you were asking questions of him. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And was he responding appropriately? By appropriately, I mean, if one asks you if you had breakfast this morning and one would respond, yes, I had cereal, that would be an example of appropriate response. Was he responding to you appropriately?
Not complying to my commands, but yes, he was responding appropriately.
And when you told him specifically about a battery that occurred that morning, what was his response to you?
That there was no battery.
And he continued to deny that.
That's correct.
And when you advised him that you were going to detain him, he opted to leave the scene as an alternative choice to what you were telling him. Is that right?
Ultimately, yes, that was the outcome.
Is there anything else in that video that we were not able to understand that you recall specifically that Mr. Wilson had told you?
Not that I recall.
Did you follow or did you continue to follow him?
I did for a short period of time
Why did you stop?
because of the time of day and the amount of traffic on the road. It was around lunchtime. It's somewhere there near lunchtime, and the amount of people on the road. At the time, I only had a non-pursuitable offense.
What does that mean?
That I only had misdemeanor battery at the time.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, there was no probable cause to continue any type of pursuit or have any other officers try to locate him at the time because of the nature of the offense we were dealing with.
And would that have been the protocol of your office?
Yes, that is.
Fair enough.
Life and safety of the community comes first.
Thank you. No further questions for this witness.
Any questions?
No cross.
All right, you can step down.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, can we approach?
Okay.
on the part of the state attorney's office, but when we inquired of that gentleman regarding the identification process, he said he checked through the driver's license records, which that's innocuous and harmless, but then he said LCSO, which is Lee County Sheriff's Office records. Our concern is that the jury may infer from that he has a prior criminal history as recorded in Lee County Sheriff's Office records. And in doing so, they are now unduly prejudiced because they are aware of a prior criminal history that our client has with that agency.
State?
Judge, the reference to LCSO records is so innocuous that I don't believe that it rises to the level of any type of prejudice whatsoever. LCSO records can mean just about anything, whether it's, submitting fingerprints, for identification purposes, whether it's employment records, whether or not it's background check records. It's a lot of different things. There's absolutely nothing to reflect that LCSO records means anything other than the fact that it was just records. The fact that there is any type of criminal connotation attached to it is speculative at best. And we respectfully request the court to deny the objection. Mr. At this time.
All right, your response?
I have no further argument.
Any authority from either side?
No,
Okay.
sir. I didn't expect that this was going to come up.
Certainly I understand. All right. Take a short recess. We'll be back here in about 10 minutes.
All right.
Yes, go ahead if you want to put something on the record.
Absolutely. Judge, I'd like to direct the court's attention to Ruger versus State. It's cited at 941 Southern 2nd, 1182. It's a Florida 4th DCA case. In this particular case, Judge, the prosecutor had inquired of one of its witnesses how they knew the other person, and the person responded, from my understanding, he just recently got out of prison. The court went on to do an extensive analysis on this particular claim when the defense counsel moved for mistrial, and found that a ruling on a motion for mistrial is obviously within the sound discretion of the trial court, but it's only to be granted when it's necessary to ensure that the defendant reserves a fair trial or receives a fair trial. The court went on to cite a series of cases, Power versus State, 605 Southern 2nd, 856, Florida Supreme Court decision 1992, whereby they held that a witness' statement that he knew some history on the defendant, which apparently referred to the defendant's prior criminal history, was not so prejudicial as to require reversal. And the court emphasized that the reference was isolated and inadvertent and was not focused upon. The court even went so far as to cite a case, Ferguson versus State, 417 Southern 2nd, 639. 417 Southern 2nd, 639. Florida Supreme Court decision in 1982, whereby the witness testified that the defendant knew the person who allegedly orchestrated the killings because, quote unquote, my first time in prison, all three of us was together. Trial court overruled the general objection, denied a motion for mistrial. Supreme Court observed that statements concerning the prior imprisonment of a defendant may be erroneously admitted, yet not be so prejudicial as to require reversal. Judge, in this particular case, the reference made to LCSO records so innocuous, so mild, that we believe that the comment was so brief and isolated and inadvertent that mistrial is not warranted in this case. And we respectfully request the court to deny the defendant's request for mistrial.
Shirley?
I don't have any evidence, case law to the contrary, Judge.
All right, very well. I have taken the time. It's a significant motion, so I wanted to give it due time and consideration. So I have reviewed applicable case law. I do find that the comment was brief and was inadvertent, that it was not so prejudicial as to vitiate the entire trial. And so I will deny the motion for mistrial.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Sean.
Yes. I'm sorry, what? Oh, there's exhibits that you all left up here on the, Miss Miller.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's exhibits you all left up here on the witness stand. All right. Are we ready to bring the jury back in? Ms. Miller, are we ready to bring the jury
Yes,
back in? Okay. All right, let's bring it back in.
Jurors entering.
All right, please be seated. And statement call their next witness.
The state calls Fanny Amlin.
All right, good morning. If you'll just face the clerk and raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Fanny Amlin,
Ms. Amlin, where do you currently live?
Columbus, Ohio.
Did you have a house here in Cape Coral back on October 7th of 2019?
I did and I still do.
What is the address of that home?
2227 Northeast First Terrace, Cape Coral.
Were you at that house on October 7th, 2019?
Yes,
Did you leave the house at any point?
yes.
Could you just tell the jurors where you left to go?
We left to go to the airport to go back to Columbus.
What time about did you leave your home?
It was early morning, maybe 8:30. Early, I'm not sure.
When you left your house, was everything picked up and in its place?
Yes,
And were the doors locked?
yes,
And did you plan on having any guests or company staying at your house?
no,
At some time, did you receive a call from detectives once you had gotten to Ohio?
yes,
And did you learn that someone had broken into your home?
we did, yes.
Again, had you given any permission for someone to come
No.
to your home? And did you know the person that they found in your home?
No,
Had you ever spoken to Wade Wilson?
no,
Had you ever seen Wade Wilson?
no,
When he was arrested, he had told detectives he had taken some things from your home. Did you ever give permission for him to take anything
No.
from your home? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing defense counsel states exhibits 36, 37, 37A, 37B as in boy, 37C, 37D as in dog, 37E, 37F, 37G as in girl, 37H, and 37I. Ms. Amlin, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize this exhibit?
yes,
What does this exhibit show?
that's our house.
That's the house that you owned back in 2019 and the house you still currently own?
Right.
Then I'm going to show you the photographs. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize these photographs.
I can't tell what that is.
Just put it in perspective here. Goes with these three.
Oh, okay, yes, yes.
All right. Look at those.
This is our kitchen.
Okay, you can just take a look and tell me and I'll.
Judge, we
ask you.
can't.
Yeah, I can't hear what you're saying, so you need to speak
Oh, I'm
up.
sorry.
No, not you, ma'am. I'm talking to the attorney.
Yeah, you just look through them and then I'll ask you some questions about them
Okay.
later.
Okay,
Do you recognize these photographs?
yes,
And do they fairly and accurately represent your home?
yes,
This time the state would move exhibits number 36 and 37, and then 37A through I into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, be admitted.
All right, Ms. Amlin, is that your home?
yes.
We identified the exhibit.
36?
Thank you.
Then I'm going to start with 37. Is this a window to your home?
Yes,
Now, it appears that there's a pane of glass or some screen that's been removed. Was that removed prior to you leaving for Ohio?
no,
Okay, so there was a screen and glass there when you
Yes.
left. Now I'm showing you 37B, the screen and glass. Are those is that the screen and glass that was part of that window?
yes,
And were those actually broken?
yes,
And did they need to be repaired?
completely.
And how much did the repair cost approximately?
We think about 250. We bought a new window and put it in ourselves.
Okay, so around $250 for that. Then going to the inside of your home, actually I'll stay on the outside, 37A, we see the window and the screen behind that structure. Again, were those there when you left for Ohio?
No,
Going now to the inside of your home, 37C. Do you recognize that backpack or anything on the counter or the stool?
the backpack, yes,
Okay, and whose backpack is that?
that's ours.
Okay, and was that backpack left on the chair before you
No.
left? Where was the backpack located?
In the bedroom.
And then what about this, looks like actually pants and shirt and belt that are sitting on the counter?
Those are probably my husband's.
And did your husband leave the belt or shorts or shirt on your kitchen counter?
No,
And if he had, you would have put them away?
right, we don't do that.
Then looking at 37D, that's just a close-up of a hat and backpack. Do you recognize that orange hat?
Not the orange hat,
Okay, but the
the
backpack.
black
you mentioned.
backpack, yes.
Now, looking at 37E, that's just the clothing that was set on top of your kitchen counter. Is that clothing, does that belong to your husband?
Not those two,
Okay.
no,
And so you don't recognize those or know where they would have come from?
no,
But again, they weren't there when you left?
no.
Looking at 37F, do you recognize that belt?
Honestly, no, I don't pay too much attention to belts.
All right. And when we look back at, actually, I'm going to just go on to the next one. 37G, did you leave your cupboards open?
No,
37H, it appears there's some White Claw empty cans and some, like a plastic Solo cup. Did you leave those empty cans in your cupboard there?
no,
And did you ever keep White Claw cans in your cupboard in that area?
no,
Then 37I, there are 5 empty cans of White Claw. Are those alcoholic beverages?
yes,
It's like a seltzer.
yes,
And did you and your husband have some drinks before you got on the airplane?
no.
Okay.
Those are in the
And
refrigerator.
so were those White Claws left out empty when you left?
No,
So all these were are different from how you left.
yes, those were all full and in the refrigerator.
And about how much does White Claw cost?
I think about $15. It did then, probably more now.
Now, did you end up, both you and your husband, give a statement to law enforcement?
When?
Did you just tell them about what happened when they contacted you, or that you didn't give him permission?
Oh, yes, I did. I was the only one up.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Nothing further. The state tenders a witness.
All right.
No cross-examination.
All right, you may step down.
The state calls Stephen Testaseca. I'd ask that she be excused from her subpoena.
Any objections?
No objection.
Should be released. All right, sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take the stand. You may proceed.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Stephen Testaseca.
Mr. Testaseca, where are you employed?
I'm self-employed.
What type of work do you do?
Window and door replacement.
Are you married?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your wife's name?
Melanie.
Do you live in Fort Myers?
No, ma'am.
What city do you live in?
Lakeland.
About how far is Lakeland from Fort Myers?
2 hours.
How old are you, sir?
46.
You know someone by the name of Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Wade Wilson?
He's my son.
How old were you when you found out you were going to be his father?
14 or 15.
How old was his mother at the time?
A year younger than me.
Now, were either of you in a position at that age to be able to raise him?
No, ma'am.
Was he placed up for adoption?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was he adopted by?
Candy and Steve Wilson.
And did they have any connection to you or Wade Wilson's mother?
You mean?
Like how did they
Oh,
how were they known?
they went to church with Wade's mother's parents.
So that was how they connected and ended up raising Wade Wilson.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, do they have any other children?
Yes, ma'am. 2 daughters.
And have you spoken with them on numerous occasions?
I've spoken with Candy.
And that's his adoptive mom.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at some point, did you and Wade Wilson connect?
Yes, ma'am.
How old was Wade Wilson when he connected with you?
18.
And was he wanting to connect with you because you were his biological father?
Yes.
And up until that point, had you ever met him?
No, ma'am.
Did you end up attempting to have a relationship with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he seem to want to have a relationship?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did you have phone calls often?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have occasions where you would see each other?
No. I went up and visited him one time in Tallahassee.
Okay. Now, did he often ask you for money?
Yes, ma'am.
Did your relationship turn into a situation where he was just asking for your help?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to turn your attention to Monday, October 7th of 2019. Did Wade Wilson get in touch with you through phone call that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was it that he told you when he called?
The first time he said he needed help. He had done something that he couldn't take back.
Did he indicate that he and his girl had gotten into an argument?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was his girl that you were aware of at the time?
I just knew her as Mila.
And did it seem that he wanted your help because of this argument?
Yes, ma'am.
When he called you, were you actually at work?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to really give your attention and time to him to try to help him at that point?
No, ma'am.
So what did you tell him when he was asking for your help?
I just told him to call me back around dinner time. I'd be done working and we'd figure it out.
And did you at some point have a conversation with your wife about him getting in touch with you wanting your help?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, during the time that he was supposed to call, about what time was he supposed to call back?
I told him around dinner time.
Now, between the time he first called that day and dinner time, did you receive a call from a detective?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that detective looking for your son?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the detective was looking for your son, did you have any idea at that point of what had happened?
No, ma'am.
Did the detective want you to try to help them get in touch with your son?
She just gave me a number and said, if he calls you back, we need to talk to him.
Okay. Now, did he end up calling you later that evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he tell you in that call that evening?
The final call?
Nope, the call before the final call.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, I'm a killer. I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story.
So at this point, when he says that there were 2 people that wouldn't be with us and that he was a killer, did you put a lot of weight into that?
No, ma'am.
Do you think he was just telling you a story?
He's a good storyteller.
So did he then call you back a third time?
Yes, ma'am.
What time did he call you back?
It was around 10 o'clock.
I want to go back to that dinner time call. When he talked about these 2 people who were no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
So let's go now to the 10 o'clock call. Again, your wife knew about kind of what was going on during that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And when he called back at 10, did he go into more details about what he had told you earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
So let's start with the first girl. If you could tell the jurors, what did he tell you?
He just said he met a girl at a bar. They went back to her house, hung out for a little bit, and then she fell asleep.
What did he say happened after she fell asleep?
He said he got on top of her and choked her.
What name did he call her? Did he refer to her in a derogatory term?
He said, I choked that bitch.
And what did he say he did after he choked her?
He said he stayed in the house for a little while and then he rolled her up and was going to try to put her in her trunk, but he couldn't lift her.
Did he say why he was unable to put her in her trunk?
He said that he felt like rigor mortis had started to set in.
And does rigor mortis make your body stiff? You didn't know?
I think so.
So he just told you that was the reason that he couldn't lift her and get her into her trunk?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he said her trunk, it was the trunk of her car he was going to put her in?
Yes, ma'am.
So what did he tell you he did when he couldn't get her body into her own trunk?
He left her there and took her car.
What did he say about the second girl?
He said he saw her walking down the street and stopped and asked her for directions. And she got in the car with him.
What did he say happened once she got in the car with him?
He said he reached over and choked her.
And did he tell you that he choked her while he was driving?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what did he say happened after he choked her?
He said he was looking for a place to put her body.
Did he find a place where he eventually dumped her body?
Yes, ma'am.
What did he tell you about the situation when he got to the place where he was going to dump her body?
He said that he pulled her out of the car and realized that she was still breathing.
So what did he tell you he did when you realized she's still breathing?
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
As he's telling you all these things, what's his demeanor as he's telling you?
He was excited.
You say excited, what do you mean by that?
I felt like he was wanting me to feel the way he felt about it.
Did he seem proud of it?
Yes.
Did he seem to show any kind of remorse?
Oh, man.
And was he able to go into great detail about both of these ladies' deaths?
Yes, ma'am.
The second girl that he killed and left in this lot, did he think that she would be found?
No, ma'am.
He seemed to think he did a good job hiding her body.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the whole time that he's telling you these details, is your wife hearing any of these details?
I had the phone on speakerphone.
Now, prior to him telling you these details, how did you feel about turning him in to law enforcement?
I initially wanted to help him.
Did you feel conflicted about giving him over to law enforcement
Yes,
initially?
ma'am.
At some point when you're talking with him, did that feeling change?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I just thought, what if that was my mom or my daughter or sister or wife? I wouldn't want somebody to do that.
And did you have additional concerns of what might happen if you didn't turn him into law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that, sir?
He would have done it again.
Now, after he's telling you all these details, do you know where he's at when he's telling you these things?
I just knew he was in a house that he broke into when he was running from the police.
Did you know the actual address of this house he broke into?
No, ma'am.
Now, when you were talking to him and you decided that you needed to give the information to law enforcement about his whereabouts, how did you get that address from him?
I told him I was going to send him an Uber and I needed the address of where he was.
Were you actually going to send him an Uber?
No, ma'am.
And so when you told him that you were going to send him an Uber, did he give you that address?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you then do with the address he gave you?
My wife was messaging with the officer.
Now, is your wife messaging with the officer during the course of these details that he's telling you?
The last part of them.
And so she's relaying what your son's telling you to law enforcement,
Yes, ma'am.
giving them further details.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, again, this conversation you're having with your son is on October 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's in the evening hours.
Yes, ma'am.
And was it your understanding that him going to the bar and meeting the first woman happened the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this point, when he's giving you all this information and you're giving this information to law enforcement, had the second girl's body been found?
No, ma'am.
Did it strike that? Now, that address you said your wife then gave to law enforcement.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you remain on the phone with your son?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on the phone with him when law enforcement showed up at that house?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you encourage him to go outside and turn himself in?
I did. I didn't want him to do anything stupid and end up getting killed. So I just told him to put his hands up and just go outside.
I have nothing further and tender this witness. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I do have one more.
Okay.
Do you see your son sitting here in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you describe an article of clothing he's wearing?
Dark suit.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness is identified. Actually, if you could just give it a little bit more description since there's other people.
White shirt, blue tie, dark suit.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I'll let the record reflect that the witness was identified as.
Okay. Any questions?
Just briefly, sir. When you were on the phone,
Yes, sir.
he told you he was hiding out from the police in that house.
Yes, sir.
How often had you spoken with him before?
It was sporadic. One month it may be every other day, and I may not hear from him till he needs me again. 6 months, 2 months, whatever. It varied.
All right. Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further. I'd ask that you be excused from this subpoena.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you can step down and you're excused.
The state calls Matt Fordham.
All right, sir, if you'll approach the clerk, you can come this way and approach the clerk. Raise your right hand. She'll swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You can take a stand.
Stand quiet, Your Honor.
You may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name for the record.
Matthew Fordham, detective,
Where are you a detective?
Cape Coral Police Department,
How long have you been with Cape Coral Police Department?
since 2006.
What type of training and experience do you have with them?
I went to the police academy in 2006. From there, I was a patrol officer. After patrol, I worked street crimes unit. And then from the street crimes unit, I was assigned to the United States Marshal Service Task Force here in Fort Myers.
And as part of the U.S. Marshals Task Force, is it your job to help detain and arrest various people who are wanted?
Yes,
Were you working on October 7th of 2019?
I was.
Did you become involved in an investigation to apprehend Wade Wilson?
Yes,
How did you become involved?
I was asked to attempt to locate him.
And were you able to locate him right away?
Within a few hours, yes.
And were you given an address location based on his conversation with his father?
I was.
Now, was his father able to give you that address where he was staying?
He was.
What did you do when you received that address?
I got with the guys that work on the task force with me, and we coordinated a location in the area to meet up so we could talk about our plan on how we were going to approach the residents.
And about how many people responded to the house where you believed he was at?
It'd be approximately
Sure.
maybe 10 individuals.
Do you have special type of training to respond to these types of situations?
We do.
And how were you dressed that time?
I don't know exactly what I was wearing, but typically we wear a outer vest, and then under that we typically wear jeans and a t-shirt or something casual with markings on it that says U.S. Marshals Police on the back.
So there's no question that you're with a law enforcement agency.
There's
when you
not.
arrived. Were you able to get anyone to come outside of the house once you were there?
We were, yes.
How were you able to do that?
Various ways. One of them was I didn't make it myself, but there was a telephone call to the residents, and we also used the vehicle PA system.
Did the residents have a landline?
It did.
And so you got that information and someone was able to call and make contact?
They were.
And did Wade Wilson make contact with the person?
He did.
And did he come out right away?
I was informed that he had to speak to his dad one last time and that he would come out.
And did he speak to his dad one last time?
I'm assuming.
So about how long after that did he stay in the house?
It wasn't much longer after that.
And then did he come out?
He did.
And once he came out, were there any issues arresting him?
No issues at all.
Now, once he came out, did officers go inside the house?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of going inside the house?
Typically, it's a protective sweep to make sure that while investigators are on scene, nobody else is inside the house that could harm law enforcement.
When the officers went inside the house, was anyone else present in the home?
No.
Do you see the person that you arrested from that house sitting here in court today?
I do.
Would you please point to him and identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's wearing a black tie with a black suit jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant. No further questions. The state tenders a witness.
Did you have contact with our client when he walked out of the house?
I did.
Okay. What was his demeanor?
He was cooperative with us.
Okay. But there's 10 officers there, right?
Everyone's in a different position. Not all 10 people are in the same spot.
Okay.
There's people on surveillance and everything else.
How many met him when he walked out of the house?
It would have been a contact team. So I was present and there would have been a few others, approximately 6 individuals probably.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing further from the state. I'd ask this witness be excused.
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down and you're excused.
Can we approach, Your Honor?
You may. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon. I'm gonna let you all go and have lunch. Please remember my earlier instructions. Don't do any research, look up anything, discuss anything about this case among yourselves or with anybody else. And we'll have you come back here at 1 o'clock. It's 5 till right now. Well, it's actually, I tell you what, yeah, it's 5 till, that's fine. And just leave your notepads there. All right, let the record reflect. Their portion of the case this afternoon.
Yes, I anticipate that it will be no more than 2 hours to complete our case. We have our DNA analyst and then the statement of the defendant.
Okay. And then a couple of things for the defense side. Mr. Wilson, you will have the opportunity potentially, if necessary, for the defense Perona case, you'll have an opportunity to make a decision whether you want to testify or not testify in this case. You have an absolute right to testify if you want to. You have an absolute right not to testify if you don't want to. No one can make that decision for you. That is a decision that only you can make. You have the advice of attorneys to for one decision or the other, but ultimately you have to make that decision. So I would just ask, between now and the time the state rests, that you have time to talk to your attorneys about that, and we'll have a conversation later on where I'll ask if you've made that decision. Yes, Mr. Hollander?
if the state's going to, what, 1 o'clock, 2 hours, about 3 o'clock,
Mhm.
are you anticipating the defense going forward today? I thought we were going to go until tomorrow morning.
I don't know why we would not continue on. I mean, it depends. I mean, if you tell me what your situation is, if you have, other than Mr. Wilson, do you have other witnesses that you would want to present if necessary?
No.
Okay, then yes, I think ultimately it depends on how long those witnesses really take. Sometimes it seems like they're taking less time than anticipated. So, anyway, yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to continue on this afternoon if it pans out the way the state's predicting at this point. If for other reason or anything like that, just let the court know. But I just wanted Mr. Wilson to be aware that that decision is something that we'll have to discuss later on today. All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. right, let the record reflect defense counsel, defendant, and the state are all present. Do we have the jurors back?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, is the state ready to proceed?
State's ready.
Let's bring in the jurors. Please be seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Just by a show of hands of the jurors, was there anybody on the jury who was not able to follow the court's earlier instructions about doing any research, looking up anything, or discussing anything about this case? Seeing no hands, we're ready to proceed. State, we call the next witness.
The state calls Daniel Baker.
Sir, if you'll just come up, face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You may take the stand.
May I inquire?
You may.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Baker.
Where do you currently work?
I work for the Indian River Crime Laboratory.
What is your occupation?
I'm a criminalist assigned to the DNA unit.
What is your current role that you have?
As a criminalist in DNA, I screen items of evidence for the presence of biological fluid and material. This would include blood, semen, saliva, and hairs. I then attempt to develop DNA profiles from those items of evidence, perform DNA testing, write reports, and testify when needed.
To become a criminologist, what type of education do you have?
I have a bachelor's of science degree in psychology from the University of Colorado. With this degree, I completed coursework in biochemistry, molecular biology, genetics, and statistics. I also obtained minors in biology and astrophysics. In addition to that, I have a master's of science degree in forensic science from the University of Florida.
After getting your degrees, where did you become employed?
I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Fort Myers Regional Operations Center.
What year did you start with FDLE?
Would have been January of 2012.
Is FDLE a state crime lab?
Yes.
And are items of evidence sent to FDLE for testing?
Yes.
Was your role specifically to biological testing?
Yes, that's correct.
And do they also have testing for drugs?
Yes, it has a full suite of forensic analysis.
So firearms, drugs.
Yes.
Now, how long were you with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement before going to your current agency?
I was there for approximately 8.5 years.
What specialized training do you have that prepared you for your duties as an analyst?
When I began my employment with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, I underwent an approximately year-long training program. This training was broken into two main phases. The first phase involved me learning about the theories behind all the testing that I would be performing. I took practical exams and written exams to prove my competency in performing the tests that I would be employing. The second phase of that training involved working on actual items of evidence under the supervision of another qualified analyst.
Now, were you required to attend continuing education through your employment at FDLE?
Yes.
What did that training entail?
Part of the requirements for the laboratory to maintain its accreditation is for analysts in the DNA unit to undergo continuing education. This is a minimum of 8 hours every year, and it essentially involves going to an outside training where you learn about current topics in the field. Typically, most analysts will attend much more than 8 hours per year, but that's the minimum requirement.
Now, you mentioned accreditation. What did you mean by accreditation?
Accreditation is a public statement of the laboratory in which the laboratory is stating that it meets and maintains a set of internationally recognized standards set forth for the science labs.
Now, is FDLE accredited?
Yes, they are.
And who accredits that agency?
They are accredited by ANAB, which stands for the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
Were you required to undergo proficiency testing?
Yes.
And what is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is another way that I can demonstrate my ability to perform the testing that I employ as part of my job. What will happen is an outside agency will provide DNA samples to me, and they know the results of that DNA testing. I do not know the end result. I'll perform DNA testing on those samples just as I would in casework and submit my answers to that outside company who will inform me if I essentially got the correct answers or not.
How often is that proficiency testing done?
It's required to be completed twice a year.
So through your course of employment at FDLE, did you undergo those proficiency tests twice a year?
Yes.
Did you ever fail such a test?
No.
Are all the tests and analysis you perform validated and generally accepted in the forensic community?
Yes.
Could you just, DNA is something we hear a lot about on the news, but could you just describe what actually is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. And just put very simply, it's a blueprint that gives your body and organisms a set of instructions on how to carry out its day-to-day functions.
Where is DNA found in the human body?
DNA is found in every single cell inside of your body, with the exception of red blood cells.
Can anyone have the same DNA?
Identical twins can have the same DNA profile, yes.
What type of DNA testing do you perform?
I perform something called STR DNA analysis. STR is just an acronym that stands for short tandem repeat. And a short tandem repeat is essentially just a piece of your DNA that will repeat itself over and over again. The number of times that this piece repeats itself is different from one person to another. So throughout my testing, I take advantage of that to be able to distinguish from one individual to another.
Now, how do you go about getting a DNA profile from a biological sample?
I would undergo the DNA analysis process.
Okay. And are controls used in the testing process?
Yes, they are.
What is a control?
A control, there are two different types. There's something called a positive control and a negative control. These are items that I perform DNA testing alongside whatever evidence samples I'm working. And they ensure that my testing is working properly. So positive control is a DNA sample in which I know what the DNA should be. So when I perform DNA testing on the sample, at the end of the testing, I should get an expected result. If that happens, then I know that all of my chemical reactions and all of my testing worked as I expected it to. On the flip side of that is a negative control. A negative control is a sample that does not have any DNA in it. So when I go through my testing procedures, at the very end, that sample should contain no DNA. And that ensures that no contamination occurred during my testing.
What happens if those controls don't work properly?
If the controls don't work properly, then as an analyst, I would reassess what went wrong and the testing would be reperformed.
Did you have the opportunity to analyze evidence in a case that involved Wade Wilson, Christine Melton, and Diane Ruiz?
Yes.
How did you come to be assigned to or involved in this particular case?
It was assigned to me by my supervisor.
Now, when you get a case assigned to you by your supervisor, are you given any details as to why those items of evidence are sent to FDLE?
Typically for DNA testing, yes, I am made aware of certain case scenarios or circumstances.
What is the reason for getting that information?
The biggest reason is to help me decide how I'm going to test an item. So just to give you a very generic example, say that an investigator submitted a bed sheet to me for DNA testing. With no background information, I don't know what to do with that bed sheet. I might assume maybe a sexual assault took place, so I'm looking for any semen. But what if in reality it was used in the course of a homicide and a body was wrapped up in that bedding and they're looking for maybe the DNA of someone who could have wrapped the body in a bed sheet? I wouldn't know that without that type of information, and I can't perform every single type of testing on every single item of evidence. So for that reason, we need additional information to help guide the testing.
So would that additional information also guide you where you might want to swab on that piece of evidence?
Exactly.
Were you sent a number of pieces of evidence to analyze in this case?
Yes.
Now, sometimes when items of evidence are sent to you, do you just receive swabs that are from swabbing a piece of evidence?
Yes.
And then other times are you sent actual physical items for you to swab?
Yes.
Were you sent a number of physical items in this case for you to determine where you might want to swab?
Yes, I was.
Now I want to start, and let me ask you this too. Does FDLE have a certain number of items of evidence that they'll accept for testing at a time?
Yes, there is an evidence submission policy.
And what is the point of an evidence submission policy? Why is it narrowed down to a certain number of pieces?
It's the biggest thing is to help in the expedition of getting things tested in a timely manner. If it was left to investigators, they would probably submit hundreds of items of evidence to be tested. Unfortunately, that costs a lot of money and takes a lot of time. So in order to get answers quicker, there's a submission policy that's implemented.
Now, once those items are tested, are investigators allowed to send more items of evidence to test if it's relevant?
Yes.
Now, if FDLE receives items that would identify a perpetrator, is it typical for you to continue to receive more items of evidence if a DNA hit has already come back?
That would not be typical, but it depends on case circumstances.
So would you say that one of the main advantages or reasons for DNA is in order to identify people?
Yes.
Now, I want to start with the case involving Christine Melton. What items of evidence were you initially sent?
Initially, I was sent buccal swabs from Wade Wilson. A buccal swab is a swab that's from the inside of somebody's cheek, and it's used so that I can develop a DNA profile from that item to make comparisons to any crime scene samples that I obtained DNA from. In addition to that, I obtained 2 tied shirts, a shirt, a pair of jeans, a bathing suit top that were tied together, along with an additional untied shirt, a curtain rod, and a blood stain card from Christine Melton. A blood stain card is blood that's collected at autopsy. Again, used very similar to how I would use a buccal swab. It's used to develop a DNA profile from that so that I have the DNA from the individual it came from to make comparisons to evidence.
So the unknown items of evidence from the scene, is it your goal to develop a known profile from each of those items of evidence?
Yes, if any DNA is present, obtain a DNA profile from those evidence items.
And then ultimately, do you compare the profile from something from a scene or an item of evidence sent to you to those known samples that you've created?
Yes.
Now, in this case, you mentioned there was a buccal swab from Wade Wilson. Why is the swab taken from the cheek? Is there any scientific reason for the DNA coming from there?
It's a very DNA rich portion of your body, and it's easier to collect than blood.
Now, when you received these items of evidence, did they appear to be properly packaged and sealed?
Yes.
And was there an identifying case number from the agency on each of those items?
Yes.
Now, did you give each exhibit an identifying FDLE number?
Yes. When evidence comes into the laboratory, it gets an FDLE lab case number associated with it, and each item gets a unique exhibit number.
And may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach you and show you an item that's already been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 38. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
These are buccal swabs from Wade Wilson.
And are your initials and date on that item of evidence?
Yes, they are.
This red tape, if you can just show right here, this red tape that's on that envelope, is that from Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
This tape up here is no, that would be from an original seal from the submitting agency. The red tape along the bottom is my seal after I completed my testing.
Thank you. Now, when you received the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, were you able to complete a DNA profile of that swab?
Yes, I obtained a complete DNA profile.
And how were you able to do that?
I performed the DNA testing process on that item.
And what does that DNA testing process entail?
The first step would be to actually take a sample for DNA testing. So I'm actually cutting a little piece of the swab that was submitted. And then the next step is to actually access the DNA. In order to do that, I need to break open the cells. So I use heat and chemicals to break open the cells to get to the DNA. Once I've done that, I need to know how much DNA is present in my sample. That's because the chemical reaction that I'm going to perform needs a certain amount of DNA present. So I like to refer to it kind of like Goldilocks. Too little DNA is not good. Too much DNA is also not good for my process. I need just the right amount. I have to know how much DNA is present in order to know the right amount to use for my chemical reaction. That next chemical reaction is where I actually will make millions of copies of the DNA. I'm making copies of the areas that I'm testing for. DNA is very small, so by making the millions of copies of it, I'm making it so that I can visualize this at a later step in my process. That next step is to put it on an instrument that will separate it and generate graphical data that I, as an analyst, will look at and make my determinations from.
At this time, I'd seek to move State's Exhibit 38, the buccal swabs from Wade Wilson, into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm approaching you and showing you State's Exhibit 15, which has already been shown. If you could just take a look and tell me if you recognize this exhibit.
Yes, I do.
What is this exhibit?
This is the blood stain card from Christine Melton.
And how are you able to recognize this exhibit?
By the FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials on it.
And at this time, the state would move exhibit number 15 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Now, with this blood stain card, were you able to come up with a complete DNA profile for Christine Melton?
Yes, I was.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to approach you and show you some items of clothing. There's some gloves if you need over to your right. And the first item I'm showing you is State's Exhibit 16. And then the second item is States Exhibit 17. If you could start by looking at States Exhibit 16 and tell me if you recognize it.
My hands aren't sweaty at all, so these gloves go on easy. Okay. Yes, I do.
Okay, and how are you able to recognize this exhibit?
On the outside of the packaging is the FTLE case number, exhibit number, and my handwritten initials, and then I recognize the items inside.
Now, obviously, this was opened in court, but when you received it, it was packaged and sealed.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move Exhibit 16 into evidence.
16 was what?
The shirts, the wrap bedding,
Two tight shirts.
black, white, and gray tied shirts.
No objection.
Be admitted.
And I'll have you look at States Exhibit 17.
Okay.
Do you recognize States Exhibit 17?
Yes, I do.
How are you able to recognize that?
Same as before, the FTLE case number, the item number, my handwritten initials, and the contents inside the bag.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 17 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted.
I'm going to start by asking you what you did with these items of clothing and bedding that you received.
Okay, so as alluded to before, I received case information that these items were potentially used in the tying up of some kind of apparatus or the victim herself. And so the area of note on these items of clothing were any DNA that might be on the knotted portions. So to start, this first package is two tied shirts. They were knotted together at the sleeves. There were two knots. So what I did was I start by performing just a visual examination of the evidence. Though I know I'm focusing on the knots, I am still going to give a visual exam to the entire of the item to see if there's any characteristic staining that would potentially warrant testing for bodily fluids. In this case, I did actually perform a chemical color change test for the possible presence of semen. Sexual assault was potentially suspected in this case, and there was staining that warranted potential testing for semen. In this instance, the items were negative for the presence of semen. The next thing I did was collect potential hairs from these exhibits. So the shirts had what appeared to be hairs. I'm saying what appeared to be because I didn't actually examine them with a microscope, which is how I would confirm that they were hairs. These possible hairs were collected and then returned to the original package and a separate little envelope that I have in here. That would be for any possible future testing if for some reason the hairs needed to be examined. After that, I focused on the knots of the shirts. So what I did is go to the first knot and I swabbed it for any potential DNA that would be on the outside portion of the knot. That then became my first sample. I then untied that same exact knot and then took a separate swab and swabbed the inside portion of the knot. That then became my second sample. And then I repeated this process for the second knot that was present on these items. Swabbed the outside of the second knot, untied it, and then swabbed the inside of that knot.
How many knots total on those shirts did you examine?
May I refer to my notes?
That will refresh your recollection, yes.
I believe it's 2, but I just want to verify in my bench notes for you. Yes, it was 2 total knots for this first item.
Could you please pull that first item out and just show the jurors that item?
So this is the possible hair package that's in here that I told you I collected.
While you're pulling that out, is hair something that's very easy to test for DNA?
It's not difficult to test for DNA, but it's not commonly performed at DNA testing just because a lot of hair is shed on your body throughout the day. Approximately 200 to 300 hairs can be shed in a day. And typically those shed hairs are dead, and dead hairs don't contain the type of DNA that I'm looking for. I'm looking for hairs that are in an actively growing phase, and usually those have to be ripped out to find those. So most times I don't even examine hairs unless there's something about a case circumstance that would suggest I should. So shirt 1. Shirt 2. They were both knotted by their sleeves together at each of the sleeves.
So these shirts that you're holding up are after you've untied them.
Yes.
So let's talk about the knot. Is it 2A? Is that the right reference that I'm using?
Yes.
First knot? Okay. So for 2A, were you able to obtain DNA results from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2A to the profiles of Wade Wilson and the profile of Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparison?
So to start, the actual result of my testing on that knot, it demonstrated a presence of a mixture consistent with 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. So what that means is that there's DNA from 2 people on that knot, and at least one of them is male. Once I obtain that result, I then do the comparison to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton. And Wade Wilson is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile, and Christine Melton is included as a possible contributor to the mixed DNA profile.
Now, were you able to put a statistical significance to those comparisons?
Yes.
What is that statistical significance?
So to lay a little bit of groundwork for you, because I can't DNA test every single person in this world who has lived, is living, and will ever live, I can never 100% say that something is someone's DNA. Because I can't do that, I have to calculate some type of statistic that will give you some weight to this inclusion. I do that by the use of something called a likelihood ratio. A likelihood ratio compares the probability of getting my DNA under 2 different explanations. So the first explanation, as an example, when I'm comparing Wade Wilson to this DNA, it would be what's the probability of the DNA if Wade Wilson is the source of it along with someone else, because it's a 2-person mixture. The alternative explanation is what's the probability of the DNA if someone unrelated to him is the source of the DNA. The higher the number that I report is, the greater the support there is for that first explanation, the inclusion explanation, if someone is the source of it. So with that groundwork laid, when I compared Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals.
So you said 700 billion?
Greater than 700 billion.
Is 700 billion the cap that you use, the highest number you use?
At FDLE, a procedure is to cap the number at 700 billion.
Now, about how many people are there now in this world?
Approximately 7 to 8 billion.
Now, this result you just gave, that was from the first knot untied, is that correct?
No, this would be from the first knot as it was tied.
Okay, so then you untied it and swabbed that, is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so is that 2B?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain DNA results from 2B, so that untied knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profile from 2B to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes, and just to back up, I never gave you the statistic for Christine Melton on the knot that was before it was untied. It's a very similar number. The DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and one unknown unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
So the profile that you were able to compare to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton from 2B, what were the results of that comparison?
Item 2B demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with two individuals. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. And the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and one unrelated individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals. And then likewise with Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and one unrelated individual than if it originated from two unrelated individuals.
Okay, so those are the results from the outside and the inside of knot 1.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to the second knot. Is that 2C?
Yes.
So is 2C, did you swab from the outside of that knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile or DNA profiles from that knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare the profiles from 2C to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of the comparisons you did?
Okay, so the results from the knot itself demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with three individuals, including at least one male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and two unrelated individuals than if it originated from three unrelated individuals. Likewise, for Christine Melton, the observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and two unrelated individuals than if it originated from three unrelated individuals.
Now, the second knot, did you untie it and swab the inside of that second knot?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain any DNA profiles from that second knot?
Yes, I was.
And were you able then to compare those DNA profiles to the profile of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
Okay, the results from item 2D demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with four individuals, including at least one male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to the mixed DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and three unrelated individuals than if it originated from four unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, similar. The observed mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and three unrelated individuals than if it originated from four unrelated individuals.
Now, did that complete your testing for those two shirts tied together?
Yes, it did.
What was the next item or clothing item that you tested?
The next clothing items would have been the tied shirt, jeans, and bathing suit top with the untied shirt.
Is that 3A? Is that one of those knots 3A from that?
Yes.
Could you please show the jurors the items of clothing that you tested next?
Okay.
I can just approach your honor.
Okay.
This is the pair of jeans. of the shirts. The bathing suit top. And the other garment.
Now there's 4 pieces, is that correct?
Yes.
Were all 4 of those pieces knotted together?
No, they were not.
Okay. What parts were knotted together?
The shirt that I showed you that had the small hoodie attached to it was tied to the pair of jeans. Also tied to the pair of jeans was the bathing suit top, which itself also had some knots done within itself. The other shirt was not tied to these items.
So let's talk about the first knot you tested, 3A. Which knot was this?
3A is the knot that was connecting the shirt to the jeans.
And were you able to complete any DNA profiles from the outside of that knot?
Yes, I was.
Were you then able to compare the profile from that knot to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The knot 3A demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Did you then swab the inside of that knot once you'd untied it?
Yes, I did.
And again, this is the pants and the gray hoodie.
Yes.
Now, were you able to obtain DNA profiles once that knot was untied?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare that DNA profile to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The results were the exact same as the untied portion of that knot. So I obtained a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals.
Now, you mentioned another knot. What 2 items of clothing were knotted together? Or not for 3C?
Yes, the next knot, which would be the second knot on this cluster, was the knot that was connecting the jeans to the bathing suit top.
Were you able to get a DNA profile from the outside of that knot connecting the bathing suit top to, it was the jeans you said?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to get a DNA profile?
Yes.
And were you able then to compare that with Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes, I was.
What were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. Wade Wilson, for him, the statistic is that the mixed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated individuals than if it originated from 3 unrelated individuals. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Now, did you untie those items of clothing and swab the inside of that knot?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to obtain DNA profile from untying that knot?
Yes, I was.
And did you compare that profile to the profiles of Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
The results are the same as the untied portion of the knot. A mixture consistent with 3 people was obtained, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from him with 2 other people than if it came from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from her and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Now, were those the only knots you tested on those 3 items of clothing?
No, there were additional knots.
Okay, so let's talk about the next knot. That will be 3E.
Yes, this would be the 3rd knot with this cluster of clothing.
Okay, and where was the 3rd knot located?
This was on the left back strap of the bathing suit
And where was that tied to?
itself.
Just itself. Okay, so did you swab the outside of that knot on the bathing suit?
Yes.
Were you able to develop a profile?
Yes, it was.
Did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixed DNA profile. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is approximately 5.1 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is approximately 2.1 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Now, did you mention there was another knot in that bathing suit?
Yes,
Okay, and is that 3F?
it is 3G.
3G. Okay, so what is 3F? What knot is that?
That is the untied portion of the knot I just talked about.
Okay, and if you could, were you able to develop a profile from the untied portion of that knot?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
Yes.
And what were your results of that?
There was a mixture that demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 3 donors, including at least 1 male.
Okay.
I
And-
then
go ahead.
compared the 2. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from him and 2 unrelated people than if it was from 3 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from her and 2 unrelated people than if it originated from 3 unrelated people.
Let's talk about then that second knot on the bathing suit, 3G. Is that correct?
Yes,
So were you able to swab the outside of that knot and obtain a profile?
yes, I was.
Did you then compare that profile to Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This knot demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible donors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Wade Wilson and an additional unrelated person than if it originated from 2 unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from her and one unrelated person than if it originated from two unrelated people.
Did you then untie that knot and swab the inside of that knot?
Yes,
Is that 3H?
yes, it is.
And were you able to obtain a profile from that knot?
Yes,
And did you compare that profile to Wade Wilson and Christine Melton?
yes.
What were the results of that comparison?
This demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with two donors, including at least one male. Other limited data, which is not interpretable, was observed in this sample and may suggest the possibility of additional contributor to this DNA profile. So what that means is rarely I can get DNA signal from that could indicate that another person is present in the sample, but it's not a lot of data. Because it's not a lot of data, I can't make any comparisons to it. It could be DNA, it could actually be a technical artifact of the testing process that I perform. Because of that, it's not interpretable. So then I compared Wade Wilson and Christine Melton to this mixture. Wade Wilson and Christine Melton are both included as possible contributors to that mixture. For Wade Wilson, the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from him and one unrelated individual than if it was from two unrelated people. For Christine Melton, the DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from her and one unrelated person than from two unrelated people.
Now, did that conclude your testing of the clothing, the knots?
Yes, it did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
For the record, I'm approaching the witness. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 18 and ask that you just take a look at State's Exhibit 18. You recognize State's Exhibit 18?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize 18?
The FDLE item number, the case number, and my handwritten initials.
And at this time, the state will move 18 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
I'd ask that you just pull out and publish what is inside of that. And what is this item, sir?
This is the curtain rod.
Okay. And were you able to test this curtain rod?
Yes, I was.
And how did you choose which areas to test?
Okay, so similar as to before, based off of the case scenario, it was alleged that this was potentially used in a homicide or potential sexual assault. And so what I was doing with this item is looking first for the possible presence of semen. In this case, it was negative for the presence of semen. The next thing I did was test this for possible blood. So on this portion of the rod, it's difficult to see now because I have swabbed it, but there was staining that's consistent with what looks to be potential blood. So I perform a chemical color change test for the possible presence of blood. This is only a presumptive test. It can't confirm blood to the exclusion of all other substances, but it's just a test that can guide my DNA testing to see where I might want to perform DNA analysis. That gave positive indications for the possible presence of blood. So I swabbed that staining at this portion of the rod.
Now I'm just going to ask for the record, the portion of the rod you're pointing to looks like maybe the top of the rod with a little hook.
Yes, the hook that would connect towards the top of the blinds.
And what was the other area that you chose to swab?
The next area would be where I would expect maybe someone to be holding or using this item. So I swabbed this portion just to see if there's any DNA present on this portion of the rod.
Now, item 4, were you able to obtain DNA results from this item?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to create a profile?
Yes, I was.
And did you then compare that profile to the known profiles of Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And when I say 4, is this the top of the rod or the bottom of the rod?
So 4 was split into 4A and 4B. 4A would be the staining that was at the top of the rod.
Okay, so what were the results for the profile from the staining at the top of the rod?
That it was a complete DNA profile that was consistent with a female individual.
And were you able to compare that DNA profile to Christine Melton?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
The DNA profile from that staining matches the DNA from Christine Melton. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Christine Melton than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
Now, when you have an item of evidence that has a lot of blood on it or blood, can it often happen that that blood might mask other DNA that might be a part of that item?
It could be possible, yes.
Now, as far as the rod handle, were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the handle of that rod?
Yes, I was.
And is that part of 4B?
Yes, that is 4B.
And were you able to compare that profile to Christine Melton and Wade Wilson?
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
From the handle, it demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors, including at least 1 male. Wade Wilson is included as a possible contributor to that DNA profile. The observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Wade Wilson and 1 unrelated person than if it was from 2 unrelated people. Christine Melton is also included as a possible donor to that mixture. The DNA is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if it originated from Christine Melton and 1 unrelated person than if it originated from 2 unrelated people.
Now, did that complete the testing then of that curtain rod?
Yes, it did.
Did you complete a report and detail these findings?
Yes.
And was that date of that report October 16th, 2019?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, sir, when I asked you initially about the items of evidence that you received, was one of those, I don't know, did I introduce 18 items? One of those items I believe you said you received was a blood sample from, or I'm sorry, yes, passenger door swabs from blood sample. And it's Exhibit 33. I'm going to ask if you look at that and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that exhibit?
By the FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials on it.
And at this time, the state would move 33 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
Did you also receive a blood stain card from Diane Ruiz?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
The blood stain card, how is the blood, is it just like dabbed on the card, or how does that card actually work?
I don't actually know.
Okay, so you just know it's blood from that person and you're creating a profile.
Exactly.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 32, and if you can tell me whether you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this exhibit?
The FDLE case number, the item number, and my handwritten initials.
At this time, the state would move 32 into evidence.
No objection.
Be admitted.
So let's start with State's Exhibit 32, the known DNA that you received. Were you able to develop a profile?
Yes, I was.
And then for State's Exhibit 33, which were the swabs from the interior passenger door, were you able to develop a profile for that?
Yes, I was.
Did you then compare those 2 profiles?
Yes.
What were the results of the compare? Actually, let's talk about this first. Did you also compare the DNA sample from the passenger, the blood on the passenger door, to Wade Wilson?
Not in this instance, no.
Okay, so just to Diane Ruiz.
Yes.
And what were the results of that?
The DNA results from that swab demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least 2 people. A complete DNA profile for the major contributor could be determined and is suitable for comparisons. Due to the limited nature of the DNA results for the additional contributors, that data is not interpretable. So this sample is a little bit different than all the other ones that I've talked about. All of the other samples I talked about, there was enough DNA present on those items where I could make a definitive decision on how many people were present in those mixtures I obtained. Sometimes there can be DNA from one person and a very large amount, and then a very, very insignificant small portion of DNA that's left over. There's such little amount of DNA that's left over that I can't actually use that portion of it to make any comparisons to. But because there's DNA from someone in a much higher amount, I can compare to that portion of the sample. So that portion of the sample is what I have called in this report a major DNA profile. And that is what I made my comparison to Diane Ruiz from. The major DNA profile matches the DNA from Diane Ruiz. The observed major DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Diane Ruiz than from an unrelated person.
Now, did you also complete a report detailing your findings for that one?
Yes,
And was that a November 4th, 2019 report?
yes.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
And at this time, the state tenders a witness.
Right.
Sir, did you test any other items than the ones you mentioned today?
Yes,
And were those consistent with Ms. Melton, Ms. Ruiz, or Mr. Wilson?
it would be easier to probably go through them individually. Yes, there were some inclusions with at least one of those individuals.
Were there exclusions?
Give me this one moment.
Sure.
Yes, sir, there were a range of outcomes. There were exclusions.
By exclusions, what do you mean? What are you saying are exclusions?
An exclusion is where I'm determining that someone is not contributing to the DNA profile. So when I make the comparison from their buccal swab or blood, I'm stating that those DNA profiles are not the same origin.
Did those DNA profiles come back to people other than Ms. Ruiz, Ms. Melton, or Mr. Wilson?
Not that I have identified, no.
They came back to other profiles.
Yes.
Did you receive swabbings from the front of a Nissan Versa?
Not from the outside of the car, no.
Just from the inside?
Yes.
Why do you use the phrase possible contributor?
It's just semantic-y. Again, as a DNA analyst, I can't say for sure that someone is or is not the source because I have not tested every single person in this world. So because of that, I can say they're a possible contributor and then provide the weight with a statistical calculation.
Thank you.
Okay. You read,
Nothing
Rick?
further from the state. I'd ask that he be excused.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, sir, you can step down. You're excused. State can call the next witness.
So we call Jim Lazenby.
Sir, if you'll just face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I can take the stand. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, would you please introduce yourself to ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name?
Sergeant Jameson Lazenby,
And sir, where do you work?
Lee County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you worked there?
since '96.
And what do you do for the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
I'm currently a supervisor in the Civil Division.
What does that mean?
I supervise court procedures such as subpoenas, depositions that are served, subpoenas, things of that nature. I have people that work for me that serve them.
And did you have an opportunity to work at the Lee County Jail back in October of 2019?
Yes, I did.
What were you doing for the Lee County Jail at that point in time?
I was a shift sergeant.
Now, while you were a shift sergeant there at the Lee County Jail, did you have occasion to come in contact with a gentleman by the name of Wade Wilson?
Yes, I did.
Did he make any requests of you at that time?
Yes.
And what were those?
He requested I reach out to the detectives involved in the case and speak to them.
Okay. And what did you do after he requested that of you?
Made a phone call to detectives.
And did you arrange for the detectives to come down and meet with Mr. Wilson?
Yes,
And was that the extent of your involvement in this case?
that's it.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
All right.
No cross.
All right, you can step down.
Judge, stay with call Nick Jones.
And I'm sorry, I didn't hear the name.
Nick Jones, Your Honor.
All right, sir, if you'll face the clerk, raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury by telling them your name.
Master Corporal Nicholas Jones of the Cape Coral Police Department.
You say Master Corporal?
Yes, sir.
When did you obtain that rank?
It's been a while now. I don't recall.
Very well. How long have you worked for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I'm in my 19th year.
Back on October 10th of 2019, what did you do for the Cape Coral Police Department?
I was a detective in the Major Crimes Unit.
What was your role as a detective in the Major Crimes Unit, specifically as it relates to the 10th of October 2019?
I was assisting Detective Bell in an investigation regarding Christine Melton, and then I became the assigned detective for a missing person, Diane Ruiz.
Did you become intimately familiar with the facts and circumstances surrounding the missing person, also known as Christine Melton,
Yes, sir.
and also as it related to Miss Diane Ruiz?
Yes, sir.
As a result of having received that information, did you ultimately receive a telephone call from a sergeant by the name of Jim Lazenby from the Lee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did he request of you to come down to the Lee County Sheriff's Office jail to meet with Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you go and meet with Mr. Wade Wilson?
Yes, sir, I did.
Who did you meet Wade Wilson with?
I was with Detective Jason Hicks.
Could you please describe for ladies and gentlemen of the jury how this meet was set up?
When you go into the Lee County Jail, there are a number of different rooms that they can provide you so you can interview potential witnesses, suspects, things like that. This particular room was a rather large room with a table in the middle of it and some chairs set up. Makes it kind of difficult sometimes in that setting to interview somebody. It creates a large echo. You're trying to hear each other. But that's, there are a couple of windows in the back so jail personnel can watch.
So who are the only people in this room?
It was myself, Detective Hicks, and Wade Wilson.
And did Mr. Wilson indicate to you that he wished to speak to you?
He did.
Did you make any threats or promises in order to get him to speak with you?
No, sir.
Did he request, was the only request that he made of you to get some French fries?
It was a burger and fries, but yes, sir.
And as a result of that, did he sit down and speak with you?
He did.
Okay. And was this conversation recorded?
It was.
And did you read him Miranda rights?
Yes, sir.
What are Miranda rights?
Miranda rights are to afford the defendant, suspect, the opportunity to counsel an attorney prior to any questioning from law enforcement when there's a custodial setting.
And after you had read those particular rights to him, did he agree to speak with you?
He did. I had a form with me that I read Miranda rights from, and I had him initial it and sign it, as well as myself.
And did he also verbally acknowledge to speak to you?
He did.
And you indicated once again that this was in fact recorded, correct?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit number 40.
Yeah.
Jones, I'm handing you some previously marked as State's Exhibit number 40. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize that?
With my initials and badge number.
And what does that appear to be?
The recorded statement with myself and Wade Wilson.
Have you listened to that statement?
Yes, sir.
Does that statement contain the entire interaction between you and Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
Judge, at this time, the state will move State's Exhibit number 40 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Be admitted.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Yes. Amen.
Judge, the state has taken the liberty of going ahead and preparing a series of copies of transcripts for the jury to follow along, given the light of the fact in which the recording was actually took place. I have a jury instruction for the court
Yes.
as well. If I may approach.
You may. Any objection to the instruction? I'm sure you shared it.
Can I have one moment?
Yes, absolutely.
No objection, Judge.
All right, very well then. Calvin, can I have one of those? Mr. Calvin, can I have one of those? I think one goes to the clerk. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You're also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen closely to the recordings. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read.
Thank you. Just to let you know, it's not that simple, okay? I'm
Did you Anywhere, or you can kind of, I mean, for the building, I mean, you can go into
Detective, the person that you sat down with on the 10th of October of 2019, do you see him sitting in courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Please point him out and describe the article of clothing that he's wearing.
Sitting over here in the black suit with black tie, white shirt.
Does off the record reflect this witness is also identified the defendant.
Okay.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right. Mr. Oliver?
No cross, Judge.
Very well. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
State and call their next witness.
State rests.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you back to the jury room for a few moments. And just leave your notepads here. Let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. You can be seated. There are some exhibits up there if you want to approach and get those off the stand.
Also, we'll need to make sure we get those transcripts back too. since
Yes.
it's not
All right. All right, the state is rested. Any motions from the defense?
Pardon me?
The state is rested. Any motions from the defense?
We'd move for a directed verdict. I Can't cite anything in specific at this time, but in order to preserve the record, nevertheless, we'd move for a directed verdict of acquittal.
In response from the state?
Judge State has met a prima facie case on each and every single count alleged in the indictment. We respectfully request the court to draw all inferences in favor of the state as required by the law at this point in time, and respectfully request the court to deny the request for direct.
I have presided over the trial, listened to the testimony, the arguments of counsel. I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal. Now, Mr. Wilson, we spoke earlier about whether you wanted to testify or not testify in this case. Do you need to speak with your attorneys anymore regarding that decision?
Yes.
Okay, we'll give you a few moments. I'll take about a 15-minute recess. I'll come back.
All right. Please proceed.
made a decision in that regard?
Yeah, I'm not going to.
Okay, very well. Is anyone forcing you not to testify? Okay, and you understand you have the right to testify if you wanted to?
Yeah.
Very well. And any other witnesses from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
So let's talk about scheduling then here. We'll bring the jury back out.
Defense rest.
We'll let you rest, and then I'll send them back out again. I'll hear any other motions if there are any. And then what is you all's preference?
What our preference would be is to, and I think I speak for defense, if not, they can correct me.
I meant all of y'all.
Our preference would be to excuse the jurors for the day, go ahead and go through our charge conference, jury, make sure we have the instructions correct, and then start fresh tomorrow with closing arguments.
I think that
We
makes
agree.
sense. Okay, I think that makes sense. All right, then are we ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir.
All right. Will it be you or Mr. Hollander that will rest? Mr. Hollander.
I know.
It makes sense. I just heard him say it before it really says.
Jurors entry.
All right, please be seated. Mr. Hollander.
This time the defense rests, Judge.
So ladies and gentlemen, both the state and defense have rested. What we're going to do is I'm going to let you go home early today and have you come back tomorrow morning where we have closing arguments. And so remember the same instructions I've been giving to you ever since you first started. Don't do any research. Don't look up anything. Don't watch local television, read any local newspapers. Don't discuss anything about this case with anyone, including close family members, any household friends or guests, anybody. And that includes even on the internet or in person to person. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Does everybody understand and can follow those instructions? All right, then we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And just leave your notepads here. All right, let the record reflect the jury's exited the courtroom. Both state and defense have rested. Were there any other motions, Mr. Hollander?
Not at this time, Judge.
Very well. Then on jury instructions, does everybody have a copy of the latest editions? Okay. And I'll just go through title by title. And if since the state promulgated them, then I presume they don't have an objection to them. But if you see something you object to, please speak up. Otherwise, I'll look to the defense, Mr. Hollander, and I'll call out the name of the heading. And if you
All right, so this stuff is super boring.
So I'm just going to shut this down today. But I'll be back in the morning with closing arguments for this trial, and we'll also have closing arguments in the other trial, the Miles Bryant trial, where that ex-police officer is facing murder charges. There's closing arguments tomorrow on that as well. See you guys in the morning.